Napoleon Bonaparte, the rise, reign, fall, and enduring legacy of an emperor. Prologue. The shadow across Europe. On a cold winter morning in the early 19th century, there was hardly a ruler in Europe who did not think about Napoleon Bonaparte. Kings worried about him before breakfast. Generals studied his campaigns late into the night. Diplomats discussed his ambitions in crowded halls illuminated by candlelight. Merchants feared the wars he unleashed, while ordinary people wondered whether his armies would someday march through their towns. For more than 2 decades, one man altered the course of European history so dramatically that entire nations reorganized themselves in response to his actions. He rose from relative obscurity on a small Mediterranean island to become Emperor of the French and master of much of continental Europe. His victory seemed impossible. His ambition appeared limitless. His downfall became one of history's greatest tragedies. Yet Napoleon Bonaparte was not born into power. He was not the son of a king. He did not inherit a throne. He did not command vast armies in his youth. Instead, he entered the world as a child of modest noble status on the island of Corsica, a land that had only recently become part of France. He grew up speaking a dialect that sounded foreign to many French citizens. He was often mocked by classmates. He struggled to fit into the society that would eventually place a crown upon his head. Few people who met the young Napoleon could have imagined the future that awaited him. When he was born in 1769, Europe was still dominated by ancient monarchies. The ideas of liberty, equality, and popular sovereignty had not yet exploded across the continent. France was ruled by King Louis XVI. The Holy Roman Empire stretched across Central Europe. Britain expanded its influence through trade and naval power. Russia grew stronger under ambitious rulers. Across the continent, aristocrats enjoyed privileges that seemed permanent and unquestionable. The world into which Napoleon arrived appeared stable. In reality, it was standing on the edge of a revolution. Within a generation, the French Revolution would overturn centuries of tradition. Kings would lose their crowns. Noble families would flee for their lives. Entire political systems would collapse. In the chaos that followed, opportunities emerged for individuals who possessed intelligence, determination, and courage. Napoleon possessed all three. He also possessed something more difficult to define. Those who served under him often described an almost supernatural confidence. Soldiers followed him through deserts, mountains, and battlefields because they believed he could achieve the impossible. He inspired fierce loyalty among many of his followers. Even his enemies sometimes admired his brilliance. Yet admiration alone cannot explain his rise. Napoleon was a relentless student of history, mathematics, geography, politics, and warfare. He spent countless hours reading about Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Hannibal, and other conquerors who had shaped the ancient world. He learned from their successes and failures. Long before he commanded armies, he imagined himself among them. Ambition burned within him from an early age. When opportunities appeared during the turmoil of the French Revolution, he seized them with remarkable speed. Promotions that might have taken decades under normal circumstances arrived within years. Victories on the battlefield transformed him from an unknown officer into a national hero. Political instability opened doors that would otherwise have remained closed. Soon, France itself seemed too small for his aspirations. His armies marched across Italy. They crossed deserts in Egypt. They defeated coalitions formed by Europe's most powerful nations. Kingdoms disappeared. Borders changed. Governments fell. New states emerged. Throughout the continent, the influence of Napoleon spread like a tide. At the height of his power, he controlled an empire larger than any Western European ruler had governed since Charlemagne. Family members occupied foreign thrones. Allies obeyed his commands. Rivals feared his next move. Yet power carries dangers of its own. Success encouraged greater risks. Victories created expectations that became increasingly difficult to satisfy. Enemies learned from their defeats. Resistance grew stronger. Ambition expanded beyond practical limits. Eventually, the same determination that had propelled Napoleon upward contributed to his downfall. The invasion of Russia would become one of history's greatest military disasters. Former allies turned against him. Nations united to destroy the empire he had built. Defeat followed defeat until the conqueror who once dominated Europe found himself isolated on a remote island in the South Atlantic Ocean. There, far from the battlefields that had defined his life, Napoleon reflected upon his achievements and failures. Even after his death, debates continued. Was he a liberator who spread modern ideas across Europe? Was he a tyrant responsible for immense suffering? Was he a military genius, a political visionary, or merely an extraordinarily ambitious man who happened to live during extraordinary times? Historians have argued over these questions for more than 2 centuries. Perhaps the reason Napoleon remains so fascinating is that he cannot be reduced to a simple answer. He was a champion of merit who crowned himself emperor. He promoted equality before the law while restricting political freedom. He brought administrative reforms that survived long after his empire collapsed. He inspired devotion and resentment in equal measure. Most importantly, he transformed the world around him. Modern legal systems, national identities, military institutions, and political movements all bear traces of his influence. Whether admired or criticized, Napoleon's impact on history remains impossible to ignore. This is the story of that remarkable life. It begins not in the grand palaces of Europe, nor on the battlefields where his name would become legendary, but on a rugged Mediterranean island where a boy named Napoleon Bonaparte first opened his eyes to a changing world. The future emperor had arrived. No one yet knew that history itself was about to change. Chapter 1: Corsica before Napoleon. Long before Napoleon Bonaparte became emperor, before his armies marched across Europe, and before his name inspired both admiration and fear, there was Corsica. The island lay in the heart of the Mediterranean Sea, positioned between France and Italy. To travelers approaching from the water, Corsica appeared rugged and untamed. Sharp mountains rose dramatically from the coastline. Dense forests covered much of the interior. Villages clung to hillsides, while narrow roads wound through valleys and rocky passes. It was a beautiful land, but it was also a land shaped by struggle. For centuries, powerful states had sought control over Corsica because of its strategic location. Whoever possessed the island gained influence over important Mediterranean trade routes and military movements. Yet despite repeated attempts at domination by foreign powers, the Corsican people maintained a fierce sense of independence. Their history was filled with resistance. Generation after generation had fought against outsiders who attempted to govern them. Local traditions emphasized honor, family loyalty, courage, and self-reliance. Many Corsicans viewed foreign rulers with suspicion and often considered resistance a duty rather than a choice. These values would later influence the young boy who would become Napoleon Bonaparte. To understand Napoleon's story, it is necessary to understand the world into which he was born. During the 18th century, Corsica was officially controlled by the Republic of Genoa, a powerful maritime state located on the Italian peninsula. Genoa had governed the island for hundreds of years, but its authority was increasingly challenged by the local population. Many Corsicans believed they should govern themselves. Throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, rebellions erupted repeatedly. Villages organized resistance movements. Armed groups fought Genoese forces. Political leaders emerged who dreamed of creating an independent Corsican nation. Among these leaders, one man stood above all others. His name was Pasquale Paoli. To many Corsicans, Paoli became a national hero. To later generations, he would be remembered as the father of modern Corsican nationalism. Born in 1725, Paoli spent much of his youth witnessing the struggles of his homeland. He developed a vision for an independent Corsica governed by laws rather than foreign domination. And like many revolutionary figures of his era, Paoli combined military skill with political thought. In 1755, he led a successful uprising against Genoese rule and established an independent Corsican government. The achievement was extraordinary. Corsica adopted a constitution that many historians consider one of the most progressive political documents of its time. It created representative institutions and attempted to establish a government based on popular participation. While many European monarchies remained firmly committed to hereditary privilege, Paoli's Corsica experimented with ideas that would later influence democratic movements elsewhere. For a time, it seemed possible that the island might secure its independence permanently. Paoli established a capital at Corti, deep within Corsica's mountainous interior. Schools were founded, administrative systems were improved. Efforts were made to strengthen the economy and develop a sense of national unity. Visitors from across Europe admired what Paoli had accomplished. Some intellectuals praised Corsica as a symbol of liberty and self-government. Others viewed Paoli as one of the most enlightened leaders of his generation. Yet admiration alone could not guarantee survival. Corsica remained small, relatively poor, and militarily vulnerable. Larger powers continued to view the island as strategically valuable. Genoa, unable to fully suppress the Corsican independence movement, searched for a solution. That solution would dramatically alter the future of the island, and eventually the future of Europe. By the 1760s, Genoa's position had become increasingly weak. Maintaining control over Corsica required resources that the Republic could no longer provide effectively. Faced with mounting difficulties, Genoa reached an agreement with France. In 1768, the Republic of Genoa transferred control of Corsica to the French crown. For many Corsicans, the decision felt like betrayal. Their homeland had effectively been handed to a foreign power without their consent. Paoli and his supporters refused to accept the arrangement. Resistance continued as Corsican forces prepared to defend their independence against one of Europe's strongest kingdoms. The conflict that followed would shape the world into which Napoleon was born. French troops arrived on the island determined to establish control. They possessed superior numbers, better equipment, and the resources of a major state. The Corsican fighters, though highly motivated, faced enormous challenges. The struggle culminated in a series of battles during 1768 and 1769. Among the most important was the Battle of Ponte Novo. The battle became a turning point in Corsican history. Paoli's forces fought bravely, but they could not overcome the military advantages of the French army. The defeat effectively ended hopes for immediate independence. French authority was established across the island. Paoli eventually left Corsica and entered exile in Britain, where he remained a respected figure among supporters of liberty and constitutional government. Many Corsicans mourned his departure. To them, it represented the loss of a dream. Yet while the political struggle appeared settled, the deeper spirit of Corsican identity survived. Families continued to tell stories of resistance. Children grew up hearing tales of Paoli's leadership and the fight for freedom. One of those children would later become the most famous Corsican in history. Remarkably, Napoleon Bonaparte was born only a few months after the French victory that secured control of the island. His birth occurred at a moment when Corsica stood between two worlds. The island's traditional culture remained strong, yet French influence was expanding rapidly. Local families had to decide how they would adapt to the new political reality. Some resisted, others sought opportunities within the French system. Among those navigating this changing environment was the Bonaparte family. The family traced its roots to Italy, particularly the region of Tuscany. Like many Corsican families of noble status, the Bonapartes possessed a modest social position but limited wealth. They were not members of Europe's great aristocratic houses. They did not command vast estates or enormous fortunes. Instead, they occupied a middle ground between ordinary villagers and powerful nobles. The head of the family was Carlo Bonaparte. Carlo was intelligent, ambitious, and politically aware. As a young man, he had supported Pasquale Paoli and the Corsican independence movement. Like many of his generation, he hoped to see the island govern itself. The defeat of Paoli's forces forced Carlo to reconsider his future. Resistance could continue indefinitely, but practical realities could not be ignored. France now governed Corsica. For ambitious individuals seeking advancement, cooperation with the new authorities increasingly appeared necessary. Carlo adapted. Rather than isolating himself from the changing political system, he chose to work within it. This decision would later prove crucial for his children. Through education, legal work, and political connections, Carlo sought to secure opportunities for his growing family. His wife, Letizia Ramolino, possessed a very different but equally important influence. Letizia was strong-willed, disciplined, and resilient. She had experienced the hardships of wartime Corsica firsthand. Stories later circulated describing her courage during the final phases of the struggle against French forces. Whether every detail of these stories was accurate remains uncertain, but there is little doubt that Letizia possessed remarkable determination. She would need it. The Bonaparte household eventually included many children, and managing the family required extraordinary effort. Resources were often limited. Financial difficulties appeared repeatedly throughout the years, yet Letizia maintained discipline and order. The values she instilled in her children would leave a lasting impression, particularly on Napoleon. Later in life, when reflecting upon his upbringing, Napoleon often spoke of his mother's strength. He admired her ability to endure hardship without complaint. He respected her discipline. He believed many of his own qualities originated from her influence. As the Bonaparte family adjusted to French rule, Corsica itself underwent gradual transformation. French administrators introduced new institutions and legal structures. Economic ties with mainland France expanded. Opportunities emerged for local families willing to engage with the new government. At the same time, tensions remained. Many Corsicans still considered themselves culturally distinct from the French. Language, traditions, and local identities continued to shape daily life. In villages across the island, people spoke dialects closely related to Italian rather than French. Customs that had developed over centuries remained deeply rooted. The result was a society balancing continuity and change. This environment would profoundly influence Napoleon's early identity. When he entered the world, he was not born into a fully French culture, nor was he born into an independent Corsican nation. Instead, he belonged to a generation caught between the two. The circumstances of his birth reflected that reality. On August 15, 1769, in the town of Ajaccio, Letizia Ramolino gave birth to a son. The child was named Napoleon Bonaparte. The date carried symbolic significance. Only months earlier, the struggle for Corsican independence had effectively ended. French authority was still new. Political emotions remained intense. The infant could not possibly understand these realities. Yet history had already begun shaping the conditions of his life. He entered a world transformed by conquest. He belonged to a family adapting to changing circumstances. He inherited a cultural identity influenced by both Corsican traditions and French opportunities. Most importantly, he was born at a moment when Europe itself stood on the threshold of immense change. Within 2 decades, the French Revolution would overturn the political order that had dominated the continent for centuries. Within 3 decades, Napoleon himself would stand at the center of those transformations. But none of that was visible in 1769. In Ajaccio, He was simply another newborn child in a crowded household. His future remained unknown. The mountains of Corsica watched silently over the island as generations had come and gone before him. Villagers continued their daily routines. Fishermen sailed into Mediterranean waters. Farmers worked rocky fields. Church bells echoed through narrow streets. Life moved forward much as it always had. Yet history often hides its most important turning points within ordinary moments. The birth of Napoleon Bonaparte seemed insignificant to the wider world. No king celebrated the event. No scholar recorded it as extraordinary. No prophet announced the arrival of a future emperor. And yet, from that small beginning, one of history's most influential lives had begun. The child who entered the world in Ajaccio would one day command armies numbering hundreds of thousands. He would reshape laws, redraw borders, and alter the destinies of nations. But before he became Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of the French, conqueror of Europe, and one of history's most debated figures, he would first experience childhood. He would grow up among the mountains, traditions, and memories of Corsica. The island that had fought so hard for freedom would become the first world he ever knew, and it would leave a mark on him that never completely disappeared. Chapter 2: Birth of a Future Emperor. On the morning of August 15, 1769, the town of Ajaccio woke beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. Situated on the western coast of Corsica, Ajaccio was not a grand city by European standards. It lacked the magnificent palaces of Paris, the bustling commercial centers of London, and the elegant avenues of Vienna. Instead, it was a modest coastal town whose narrow streets wound between stone houses and small public squares. Fishing boats rested in the harbor, while merchants prepared their goods for the day's business. To an outside observer, it seemed like countless other towns scattered across the Mediterranean world. Yet on that particular day, in a house belonging to the Bonaparte family, an event occurred that would eventually alter the course of world history. A child was born. His parents named him Napoleon Bonaparte. The name reflected the family's Italian heritage, which remained strong despite Corsica's recent incorporation into France. The child would later become known throughout the world by the French version of his name, Napoleon Bonaparte, but at birth he was very much a son of Corsica. No one present could have imagined what the future held. His mother, Letizia Ramolino, had endured a difficult pregnancy during one of the most turbulent periods in Corsican history. The island had recently emerged from conflict. Only months earlier, resistance fighters loyal to Pasquale Paoli had attempted to preserve Corsican independence against the advancing French army. Stories passed down through the Bonaparte family claimed that Letizia had accompanied her husband during parts of the conflict. Whether every detail of these accounts was entirely accurate is impossible to know. Historical memories often become embellished over time, yet there is little doubt that she experienced the uncertainty, fear, and disruption that accompanied war. Those experiences shaped her character. Even before Napoleon was born, Letizia had developed a reputation for resilience. She possessed a strong sense of discipline and an ability to endure hardship without complaint. Throughout her life, she would remain remarkably composed during moments of crisis. Napoleon later admired these qualities deeply. Many years afterward, when reflecting upon his childhood, he often credited his mother's toughness with influencing his own personality. He believed that her determination helped prepare him for the challenges he would eventually face. His father, Carlo Bonaparte, represented a different type of influence. Carlo was educated, ambitious, and politically active. And like many men of his generation, he understood that the world around him was changing rapidly. The defeat of Corsican independence had forced him to make difficult choices about the future of his family. Rather than continuing a hopeless struggle against French authority, he sought opportunities within the new political order. This decision required practicality. Many Corsicans remained bitter about French rule. Some viewed cooperation with the new government as a form of surrender. Carlo, however, believed that adaptation offered the best path forward. If Corsica was now part of France, then ambitious Corsicans needed to find ways to succeed within that reality. The strategy would eventually benefit his children enormously. Although the Bonapartes belonged to the minor nobility of Corsica, they were not wealthy. Their social status exceeded their financial resources. Like many families of modest means, they constantly balanced aspirations with economic limitations. The household into which Napoleon was born was therefore neither poor nor rich. It occupied a complicated middle ground. The family possessed enough status to seek educational opportunities and maintain connections with local elites. At the same time, financial insecurity remained a recurring concern. These circumstances would profoundly influence Napoleon's outlook. Throughout his life, he remembered the frustrations associated with limited resources. He understood what it meant to possess ambition without wealth. And like aristocrats who inherited enormous fortunes, Napoleon learned from an early age that advancement required effort, intelligence, and determination. The Bonaparte household itself was lively and crowded. Napoleon was not an only child. In fact, he belonged to a large family that would play an important role throughout his life. Several of his siblings survived into adulthood, and many would later become significant figures within the empire he created. Among them was Joseph Bonaparte, the elder brother who often served as a mediator during family disagreements. Joseph's personality differed considerably from Napoleon's. He was generally more cautious, diplomatic, and inclined toward compromise. Napoleon frequently found such caution frustrating. Yet despite their differences, the two brothers remained connected throughout much of their lives. There was also Lucien, intelligent and politically passionate. Elisa, one of Napoleon's sisters, displayed considerable independence and capability. Louis would later become King of Holland. Pauline became famous throughout Europe for her beauty and charisma. Caroline possessed remarkable political instincts and married one of Napoleon's most talented military commanders. At the time of Napoleon's birth, however, none of these future developments could be anticipated. They were simply children growing up together in a busy household. Family life revolved around routines that had changed little over generations. Meals were shared. Religious observances were respected. Relatives visited frequently. Conversations often touched upon local politics, family matters, and memories of recent events on the island. The culture of Corsica emphasized family loyalty above almost everything else. Children learned early that the family's reputation mattered. Honor, respect, and mutual support were considered essential virtues. These values remained with Napoleon throughout his life. Even after becoming emperor, he often trusted relatives with positions of authority. Critics later argued that he relied too heavily on family members, but this tendency reflected lessons learned during childhood. In Corsica, family formed the foundation of social life. Beyond the walls of the Bonaparte home stretched a world that fascinated the young Napoleon from an early age. Ajaccio offered a unique environment for a child. The town combined influences from multiple cultures. Italian traditions remain visible in language, architecture, and daily customs. French administration introduced new institutions and opportunities. Mediterranean trade connected the community to distant regions. Sailors arriving in the harbor brought stories from across Europe and beyond. For an imaginative child, such stories possessed tremendous appeal. Although Napoleon was still far too young to understand international affairs, he grew up in a setting where distant places seemed real rather than abstract. The sea itself encouraged curiosity. Standing along the waterfront, one could look toward horizons that suggested endless possibilities. Ships departed for destinations that most local residents would never see. Yet the very existence of those destinations inspired dreams. Napoleon would later become famous for his extraordinary imagination and ambition. The seeds of those qualities may have been planted during these early years. Another important influence upon the young boy was religion. Corsican society in the 18th century was deeply Catholic. Religious ceremonies marked important moments throughout the year. Churches served not only as places of worship but also as centers of community life. The Bonaparte family participated in these traditions. Napoleon was baptized shortly after birth, following established custom. During childhood, he received religious instruction and became familiar with Catholic teachings. Although his personal relationship with religion evolved over time, the influence of these early experiences remained significant. Religious language, symbolism, and traditions continued to shape his thinking even when political considerations later guided many of his decisions. As Napoleon grew from infancy into early childhood, certain characteristics began attracting attention. Family members noticed that he possessed an unusually serious temperament. Many children naturally seek constant companionship and play. Napoleon certainly enjoyed games and outdoor activities, but he also displayed moments of intense concentration. He could become deeply absorbed in his own thoughts. Observers later recalled that he often seemed older than his years. Whether such memories were influenced by knowledge of his future greatness is impossible to determine completely. Human beings frequently reinterpret childhood stories after someone achieves fame. Nevertheless, multiple accounts suggest that Napoleon developed a strong sense of independence early in life. He disliked being ordered about unnecessarily. He preferred making his own decisions whenever possible. When confronted with obstacles, he often responded with determination rather than resignation. These traits would eventually become defining features of his character. The world beyond Corsica was also changing during these years, although the young boy remained unaware of most developments. Across Europe, intellectual movements known collectively as the Enlightenment challenged traditional assumptions about government, society, and human nature. Writers and philosophers questioned inherited authority. They debated liberty, law, education, economics, and political rights. Books circulated across borders, carrying new ideas into courts, universities, and private homes. The old order still appeared powerful. Kings ruled vast territories. Aristocrats enjoyed privileges accumulated over centuries. Religious institutions retained enormous influence. Yet beneath the surface, pressures were building. Many historians compare the late 18th century to a calm sea concealing powerful currents beneath. The appearance of stability masked growing tensions. Within 2 decades, those tensions would erupt into revolution. When that happened, Napoleon's life would change forever. For now, however, he remained a child in Ajaccio. His days consisted of family routines, local traditions, and the gradual discoveries that accompany early childhood. He explored streets and hillsides. He listened to conversations among adults. He absorbed stories about Corsica's past. He learned who his family was and where they fit within the community. Without realizing it, he was also learning lessons that would shape his future. The island taught resilience because life there often required endurance. It taught independence because Corsicans valued self-reliance. It taught ambition because opportunities remained limited and had to be pursued actively. It taught pride because generations had fought to preserve their identity against foreign control. These influences blended together within the developing mind of the young Napoleon. Many years later, after victories and defeats, after crowns and exiles, after becoming one of history's most famous individuals, traces of Corsica would still remain visible in his personality. The emperor who commanded Europe never completely ceased being the Corsican child from Ajaccio. For now, however, the future remained hidden. The boy could not know that revolutions, wars, and empires awaited him. He could not know that historians would someday analyze every stage of his life. He could not know that his name would become known in nearly every corner of the world. He was simply Napoleon, the second surviving son of Carlo and Letizia Bonaparte, growing up on a rugged Mediterranean island at a moment when history was preparing to change direction. And as his childhood continued, the first signs of his extraordinary character would begin to emerge. Chapter 3: Childhood in Ajaccio. For Napoleon Bonaparte, the world began in Ajaccio. Long before he stood before armies, addressed governments, or wore an imperial crown, he was a boy exploring the streets and hills of a small Corsican town. The world he knew during those early years was limited in size but rich in influence. Every experience, every story, every lesson absorbed during childhood contributed in some way to the person he would eventually become. Ajaccio in the 1770s was a place where old traditions remained strong. Although French rule had been established, many aspects of daily life still reflected Corsica's unique identity. People spoke local dialects influenced by Italian. Families maintained customs that had been passed down through generations. Religious festivals, family gatherings, and community events formed the rhythm of life. For a young child, such traditions seemed permanent. Napoleon grew up surrounded by a close-knit community where people knew one another's families and histories. Reputation mattered greatly. Acts of courage were remembered. Acts of dishonor could remain topics of conversation for years. Children learned from an early age that their behavior reflected not only upon themselves but upon their entire family. The Bonapartes were well known in Ajaccio. Although they were not among the wealthiest families on the island, they possessed social standing and connections that distinguished them from many of their neighbors. Carlo Bonaparte continued to pursue opportunities within the French administration while maintaining relationships with influential Corsicans. Young Napoleon often observed visitors coming and going from the family home. Discussions about politics, local affairs, and family matters occurred regularly. Even when he was too young to fully understand such conversations, he listened. Listening would become one of his lifelong habits. Many people later assumed that Napoleon spent his youth constantly talking, commanding, and seeking attention. In reality, several accounts suggest that he often preferred observation. He watched people carefully. He studied their behavior. He listened to what they said and, perhaps more importantly, what they left unsaid. This habit would eventually prove valuable. Great leaders often possess the ability to understand people, and understanding begins with observation. As a child, Napoleon displayed an unusual seriousness. While he certainly participated in games and childhood activities, family members noticed that he could become deeply absorbed in thought. There were times when he preferred solitude to companionship. The rugged landscape of Corsica offered many opportunities for a boy with an active imagination. Mountains dominated much of the island. Valleys stretched between rocky ridges. Streams cut through forests and fields. Ancient watchtowers stood along portions of the coast, reminders of earlier generations that had defended the island against invaders. For young Napoleon, these surroundings became a natural playground. He and other children explored paths, climbed hills, and invented games inspired by stories of warfare and heroism. Like many boys of his age, he enjoyed imagining battles and adventures. Yet even in games, certain aspects of his personality began to emerge. He preferred organization. He liked creating plans. He often attempted to direct activities rather than simply participate in them. Friends and relatives later recalled that he frequently assumed leadership roles during childhood games. Whether building makeshift fortifications or organizing mock battles, he showed an instinctive tendency to take command. Of course, many children enjoy eating games, and no one could have predicted that this particular boy would someday command entire armies. Nevertheless, such tendencies reveal something about his developing character. Leadership, in many cases, begins long before formal authority is granted. Napoleon's relationship with his siblings also played an important role in shaping his personality. Growing up in a large family required negotiation, competition, and cooperation. Resources had to be shared. Attention from parents was divided among multiple children. Disagreements were inevitable. Joseph, his older brother, often served as a point of comparison. The two boys possessed noticeably different temperaments. Joseph tended to be more relaxed and sociable. Napoleon was often more intense and competitive. This difference sometimes created tension. Napoleon disliked losing. Whether the activity involved games, debates, or simple contests among siblings, he approached competition seriously. Defeat frustrated him. Success motivated him. These reactions may seem ordinary for a child, but in Napoleon's case they appeared particularly strong. Throughout his life, he would maintain an extraordinary desire to excel. The influence of his mother remained especially significant during these years. Letizia Bonaparte managed her household with firmness and discipline. She expected obedience and responsibility from her children. Although she loved them deeply, she was not known for excessive indulgence. Napoleon later spoke about the strictness of his upbringing. In his view, this discipline provided valuable preparation for life. The family faced periodic financial difficulties, which reinforced lessons about self-control and perseverance. Extravagance was not an option. Children learned to value what they possessed. Such experiences contrasted sharply with the childhoods of many wealthy aristocrats elsewhere in Europe. While some noble children enjoyed luxurious lifestyles, the Bonapartes lived more modestly. This difference would later influence Napoleon's attitudes toward privilege and social status. Even after becoming emperor, he often respected ability more than inherited rank. Part of this perspective originated in childhood. Another important influence came through stories. Corsica possessed a rich tradition of storytelling. Tales of local heroes, resistance fighters, and historical struggles circulated widely. Families shared memories of battles and political conflicts. The recent fight for independence under Pasquale Paoli remained a powerful topic of conversation. Napoleon grew up hearing these stories repeatedly. Paoli, in particular, occupied a special place in Corsican memory. To many islanders, he represented courage, patriotism, and resistance against foreign domination. The young Napoleon admired him greatly. Indeed, during childhood, Napoleon considered himself strongly Corsican rather than French. This distinction mattered. France had conquered the island only shortly before his birth. Many Corsicans still viewed French authority with suspicion. Children inherited these attitudes from parents and relatives. For a time, Napoleon shared such sentiments. He viewed Paoli as a hero and felt pride in Corsica's efforts to defend its independence. Ironically, the boy who admired Corsican nationalism would later become ruler of France itself. History often produces such unexpected transformations. Education also began to occupy a larger role in Napoleon's life during these years. His parents understood that learning offered opportunities unavailable through other means. Carlo, in particular, recognized the advantages that education could provide under the new French administration. The young Napoleon received instruction in reading, writing, religion, and basic subjects considered appropriate for children of his social standing. He demonstrated intelligence early. Although not always the most obedient student, he possessed curiosity and strong powers of concentration. When a topic interested him, he could focus intensely. This ability to concentrate would become one of his greatest strengths. Throughout adulthood, Napoleon displayed remarkable mental endurance. He could spend hours studying documents, analyzing maps, or planning military operations. The foundations of that discipline may be traced back to childhood habits of focused attention. Books gradually became important companions. The availability of books in Corsica was limited compared to major European cities, yet Napoleon developed an appreciation for reading. Stories of historical figures fascinated him. Tales of military leaders, political struggles, and ancient civilizations captured his imagination. He was particularly attracted to individuals who overcame obstacles through determination and talent. Such stories resonated with a boy growing up on an island that many Europeans considered remote and insignificant. Napoleon did not view himself as insignificant. Even at a young age, he appeared to possess a strong awareness of personal destiny. This does not mean that he believed he would become emperor. Such an outcome would have seemed absurd. Rather, he displayed confidence that he was capable of accomplishing something important. Many successful individuals share this characteristic. Long before achievements become visible, there exists an internal belief that greater possibilities lie ahead. Yet childhood was not entirely serious. Napoleon enjoyed outdoor activities, exploration, and play. He laughed with siblings and friends. He participated in community events and religious celebrations. Like other children, he experienced moments of joy, curiosity, and mischief. These experiences humanized him. When later generations study famous historical figures, there is often a tendency to imagine them as fundamentally different from ordinary people. In reality, they begin life much like everyone else. Napoleon's childhood contained countless ordinary moments. Meals shared with family, walks through familiar streets, conversations with friends, religious observances, games beneath the Corsican sun. The extraordinary future remained hidden within these ordinary days. Meanwhile, Europe continued moving toward transformation. Political tensions increased across the continent. Economic challenges affected governments. Enlightenment ideas spread among educated classes. Questions about authority, liberty, and justice became increasingly prominent. Most residents of Ajaccio paid little attention to such developments. Their concerns remained local and immediate. Yet forces were gathering that would eventually reshape the world. Those forces would reach Corsica. They would reach France. And they would profoundly affect the life of the young boy growing up in the Bonaparte household. As Napoleon approached the age of 10, his parents began considering decisions that would influence his future dramatically. Carlo Bonaparte believed that education offered the most promising path toward advancement. Opportunities available on Corsica remained limited. If his sons were to achieve success, they would likely need training beyond what the island could provide. Such ambitions required sacrifice. Sending a child away from home was not a simple matter. The journey would be long, the separation would be painful, the environment would be unfamiliar. Yet Carlo understood that extraordinary opportunities often required difficult choices. Soon, a decision would be made that changed the course of Napoleon's life forever. The boy who had spent his childhood among the mountains and shores of Corsica would leave the island. He would travel to mainland France. There he would encounter a world vastly different from anything he had previously known. He would face loneliness, prejudice, cultural differences, and intense academic challenges. The experience would test his character in ways no childhood game ever could, but it would also provide the foundation for everything that followed. The next stage of Napoleon Bonaparte's life was about to begin. Chapter 4: Leaving Corsica, the journey into an unfamiliar world. Every life contains moments when one chapter closes and another begins. For Napoleon Bonaparte, one of the most important of those moments arrived when he was still a child. The decision did not originate with him. Like most boys of his age, he had little control over the larger forces shaping his future. Instead, the choice emerged from the ambitions, sacrifices, and hopes of his parents, particularly his father, Carlo Bonaparte. By the late 1770s, Carlo had become increasingly convinced that Corsica alone could not provide the opportunities necessary for his children's advancement. The island remained beautiful and culturally rich, but it offered limited possibilities. Political power rested largely in French hands. Administrative positions, military careers, and educational opportunities increasingly depended upon connections to institutions on the mainland. Carlo understood this reality better than many of his contemporaries. He had adapted to French rule not because he had forgotten his Corsican identity, but because he believed that resisting inevitable changes would only disadvantage his family. If the future belonged to France, then the Bonapartes needed to find a place within that future. Education became the key. French authorities maintained schools intended for young men of noble birth who lacked significant wealth. Such institutions provided training that could lead to careers in the military, government, and other professions. The Bonapartes possessed noble status but limited financial resources. This combination made Napoleon a potential candidate for educational assistance. Carlo therefore devoted considerable effort to securing opportunities for his sons. The process required paperwork, recommendations, political relationships, and persistence. Success was far from guaranteed. France was a large kingdom filled with families seeking similar advantages. Many noble households competed for limited scholarships and positions. Yet Carlo's efforts eventually produced results. Napoleon was granted admission to educational institutions in mainland France. The opportunity represented a turning point not only for the young boy but for the entire Bonaparte family. At the time, however, the emotional reality of the decision outweighed its long-term significance. Napoleon would have to leave home. For a child who had spent his entire life in Corsica, the prospect was daunting. The island was more than a place of residence. It was the center of his identity. Its mountains, towns, traditions, and people formed the framework through which he understood the world. Leaving Corsica meant leaving behind everything familiar. It meant separation from family members, friends, and daily routines. It meant entering an environment where he would be judged not as a local child among neighbors but as a stranger among strangers. The emotional challenge should not be underestimated. Historical biographies often move quickly from one major event to another, focusing on outcomes rather than feelings. Yet for the young Napoleon, this transition was deeply personal. He was not yet a future emperor. He was simply a boy preparing to leave home. As the departure approached, the Bonaparte household experienced a mixture of pride, anxiety, and uncertainty. Carlo viewed the opportunity as a necessary investment in his son's future. Letizia likely experienced more complicated emotions. Like many mothers throughout history, she wanted her child to succeed. At the same time, success now required separation. The distance between Corsica and mainland France was not merely geographical. Communication during the 18th century was slow and unreliable. Travel could be dangerous. Families often endured long periods without seeing one another. Sending a child away demanded courage from parents as well as from the child himself. For Napoleon, the approaching journey generated conflicting feelings. Part of him felt excitement. He had heard stories about France. He knew it was larger, wealthier, and more powerful than Corsica. The mainland contained cities, institutions, and opportunities beyond anything available on the island. Curiosity pulled him forward. Another part of him felt apprehension. The unknown always carries uncertainty. Would he fit in? Would he succeed? Would others accept him? Such questions naturally arise whenever someone enters an unfamiliar world. Eventually the day arrived. Napoleon prepared to leave Corsica. The departure marked the end of one phase of his life and the beginning of another. As he said farewell to family members, he could not know how profoundly this journey would shape his future. Nor could he know that he would never again experience the innocence of childhood in quite the same way. The voyage across the Mediterranean exposed him to a broader world. Ships during the 18th century lacked the comfort and speed associated with modern travel. Journeys depended heavily upon weather conditions. Passengers often endured cramped quarters and unpredictable circumstances. Yet travel also provided education. The sea connected distant regions and cultures. Ports introduced travelers to unfamiliar languages, customs, and ideas. For a curious child, even an uncomfortable voyage could be fascinating. Napoleon observed everything. He watched sailors perform their duties. He studied the coastline as it receded into the distance. He considered the future awaiting him beyond the horizon. As Corsica disappeared from view, he experienced a moment that countless migrants, students, and travelers have felt throughout history. The realization that life was changing irrevocably. Once the island vanished from sight, the separation became real. Home was no longer immediately accessible. Ahead lay uncertainty. Upon reaching mainland France, Napoleon encountered a society dramatically different from the one he had known. The contrast was striking. Corsica had been relatively small, rural, and culturally distinct. France represented one of Europe's largest and most influential kingdoms. Its population numbered in the millions. Its institutions possessed resources and prestige unimaginable in many Corsican communities. Its social structure was complex and deeply hierarchical. For the first time, Napoleon found himself confronting the realities of being an outsider. His accent immediately distinguished him. French was not his first language. Although he would eventually master it, his early speech reflected Corsican and Italian influences. To many French listeners, his pronunciation sounded unusual. Children can be unkind toward those who appear different. Napoleon soon discovered this truth firsthand. Classmates noticed his accent. They commented upon his origins. Some viewed Corsica as a backward province recently absorbed into France. Others regarded Corsicans as rough, provincial, and unsophisticated. Such attitudes wounded Napoleon deeply. He was intensely proud of his homeland. Insults directed toward Corsica felt personal. Rather than responding with submission, however, he reacted with defiance. This pattern would repeat throughout his life. When confronted by criticism, exclusion, or opposition, Napoleon rarely retreated. Instead, challenges often strengthened his determination. The experience of being an outsider produced lasting effects. It contributed to his independence. It encouraged self-reliance. It taught him to rely upon his own abilities rather than social acceptance. Many students seek popularity. Napoleon increasingly sought achievement. If he could not easily win affection, he would pursue respect. This choice shaped much of his later development. Another difficulty involved economic differences. Many students attending prestigious institutions came from wealthier backgrounds than the Bonapartes. Their families possessed greater financial resources. Their clothing, spending habits, and lifestyles reflected their advantages. Napoleon became acutely aware of these disparities. Financial limitations embarrassed him at times. He disliked appearing inferior. Yet these experiences also strengthened his ambition. He developed a profound desire to overcome disadvantages through merit. In later years, he would repeatedly promote talented individuals regardless of their social origins. While practical considerations often influence such decisions, personal experience undoubtedly played a role. He knew what it felt like to be underestimated. Academic life presented both challenges and opportunities. Napoleon's initial adjustment was not easy. Language barriers complicated his studies. Social isolation affected his confidence. Cultural differences created misunderstandings. Yet beneath these difficulties lay significant strengths. He possessed intelligence. He possessed discipline. Most importantly, he possessed determination. When faced with obstacles, he worked. While some students relied upon family connections or social advantages, Napoleon increasingly relied upon effort. Teachers gradually recognized his capabilities. Although he was not universally admired, his intellectual potential became apparent. Particularly notable was his aptitude for mathematics. Numbers made sense to him, and like social customs, mathematical principles remained consistent and objective. Success depended upon understanding rather than popularity. This realization proved important. Mathematics would later play a central role in his military education, particularly in artillery training. At the time, however, it simply represented a subject in which he could excel. Excellence provided confidence. Confidence encouraged further effort. The cycle reinforced itself. Despite growing adaptation to French society, Napoleon never entirely abandoned his Corsican identity during these years. In fact, his attachment to Corsica often intensified. Distance frequently produces nostalgia. Separated from home, he remembered the island with increasing affection. Stories of Pasquale Paoli continued to inspire him. He imagined a future in which Corsica might reclaim greater autonomy. For a period, he even envisioned dedicating his life primarily to Corsican causes. History, however, had different plans. The institutions educating him were transforming his perspective. Each year spent in France expanded his horizons. Each lesson introduced new possibilities. Each challenge strengthened qualities that would later define his career. Gradually, without fully realizing it, Napoleon was changing. The shy Corsican boy who had left Ajaccio remained present, but he was evolving into something more complex. His world was growing larger. His ambitions were beginning to expand. The experiences that once seemed overwhelming were becoming sources of strength. Years later, after commanding armies and governing nations, Napoleon would still remember the loneliness of these early days. He would remember the accent that marked him as different. He would remember the classmates who mocked his origins. He would remember the struggle to find his place in an unfamiliar environment. Those memories mattered. They helped shape the resilience that later allowed him to endure setbacks, criticism, and adversity. Great achievements are often built upon difficult beginnings. For Napoleon, the journey from Corsica to France represented far more than a change of location. It was an initiation into a larger world. A world of competition, opportunity, hierarchy, and ambition. A world that would eventually become the stage upon which he would leave his mark. The boy had left home. The future emperor was beginning to emerge. Yet the most challenging years of his education still lay ahead. At military school, Napoleon would face new tests, new rivals, and new opportunities. There he would discover not only the profession that would define his life but also the talents that would one day astonish Europe. The next chapter of his story was about to begin. Chapter 5: The Military School of Brienne, Loneliness, Discipline, and the Making of a Future Commander. In the autumn of 1779, 10-year-old Napoleon Bonaparte arrived at the Royal Military School of Brienne-le-Château, a small town in northeastern France. The institution was not among the most famous schools in the kingdom, yet it held an important purpose. It trained young boys from noble families for future military service and careers within the state. For Napoleon, Brienne would become far more than a school. It would become a testing ground. The years he spent there would shape his habits, sharpen his intellect, strengthen his independence, and prepare him for challenges far greater than anyone around him could imagine. The transition was not easy. When Napoleon first arrived, he entered a world very different from Corsica. The landscape itself seemed foreign. Gone were the dramatic mountains and Mediterranean coastline of his childhood. In their place were broad plains, forests, cold winters, and a climate that felt unfamiliar to a boy raised under the warm sun of the Mediterranean. Everything seemed different. The language sounded different. The customs felt different. The people behaved differently. Most painful of all, he remained an outsider. His accent immediately attracted attention. Even though he was learning French, he still spoke with a noticeable Corsican influence. Some students found it amusing. Others treated it as evidence that he came from a less sophisticated background. Children can be remarkably cruel without intending to be. Teasing became a regular part of Napoleon's early experience at Brienne. Classmates mocked his pronunciation. They joked about Corsica. Some questioned whether Corsicans truly belonged among the French nobility. To many boys, such comments might have caused lasting insecurity. Napoleon reacted differently. The criticism hurt him deeply, but instead of seeking approval, he withdrew into himself. Isolation became a form of protection. Rather than spending his energy trying to win popularity, he focused increasingly on study and self-improvement. Years later, observers would often describe Napoleon as self-contained and emotionally guarded. Part of that tendency may have developed during these school years. He learned that acceptance could not always be relied upon. He learned to depend upon himself. This lesson would remain with him throughout life. The daily routine at Brienne was demanding. Students followed strict schedules that governed nearly every hour of the day. They attended classes, participated in religious observances, completed assignments, and followed rules intended to cultivate discipline. For many boys, such structure felt restrictive. For Napoleon, it provided a framework within which he could excel. Although he disliked unnecessary authority, he appreciated order and organization. The military environment appealed to aspects of his personality that were already emerging. He admired efficiency. He respected competence. He valued clear objectives. These preferences aligned naturally with military education. Academic subjects at Brienne included mathematics, geography, history, Latin, French grammar, religion, and various practical disciplines considered useful for future officers. Napoleon's performance varied depending on the subject. Languages did not come easily to him. French remained challenging for several years. His spelling often contained mistakes. His written style sometimes reflected his foreign background. Yet weaknesses in one area were balanced by exceptional strengths in others. Mathematics quickly became one of his best subjects. Numbers fascinated him because they followed logical rules. And like social relationships, mathematics rewarded accuracy rather than popularity. A problem had a correct solution regardless of who attempted it. Napoleon appreciated this certainty. His instructors noticed his aptitude. The subject would later prove enormously valuable because artillery, one of the most technical branches of military service, relied heavily upon mathematical understanding. At the time, however, no one could predict how significant that skill would become. History also captured his imagination. The school library became one of his favorite places. While other boys sought entertainment or social interaction, Napoleon often immersed himself in books. He read with remarkable intensity. Ancient civilizations fascinated him. The lives of great leaders fascinated him. Military campaigns fascinated him. The more he read, the more he began comparing himself to the figures who filled the pages of history. Among his heroes was Alexander the Great. Alexander's story captivated him. The young man who conquered vast territories before the age of 30 seemed almost legendary. Napoleon studied his campaigns carefully, not merely as exciting stories, but as examples of leadership, strategy, and ambition. He also admired Julius Caesar. Caesar's rise from political competition to supreme authority in Rome provided another example of extraordinary achievement. The Roman world itself fascinated Napoleon. Its discipline, military organization, legal systems, and imperial power all appealed to his imagination. As he read, he began developing a habit that would characterize him throughout life. He did not merely consume information. He analyzed it. He asked questions. Why had one commander succeeded while another failed? Why had one empire expanded while another collapsed? What separated greatness from mediocrity? Such questions occupied his thoughts for hours. Many students memorize facts. Napoleon saw principles. He wanted to understand the deeper causes behind historical events. This intellectual curiosity contributed significantly to his future success. By studying history, he gradually developed a framework for understanding power, leadership, and human behavior. Another subject that attracted his attention was geography. Maps fascinated him almost as much as history. He spent long periods studying countries, rivers, mountain ranges, and political boundaries. At first glance, such interest might seem ordinary, yet geography would later become central to his military career. Commanders must understand terrain. They must visualize distances, supply routes, and strategic positions. Even as a student, Napoleon displayed an unusual ability to think spatially. He could look at maps and imagine movement across landscapes. This skill would eventually allow him to maneuver armies with extraordinary effectiveness. Despite his academic strengths, life at Brienne was not entirely devoted to study. The school encouraged physical activities, military exercises, and outdoor recreation. Here, too, aspects of Napoleon's personality became increasingly visible. One famous story from his time at Brienne involves winter snow. During heavy snowfall, students built forts and organized mock battles. What began as a simple game soon became far more elaborate. Napoleon reportedly took charge of one group and designed defensive positions with remarkable care. He organized attacks and counterattacks. He considered angles, fortifications, and tactics. The other boys were participating in a game. Napoleon treated it as a military operation. Whether later accounts exaggerated certain details is difficult to determine. Stories about famous figures often grow more dramatic over time. Nevertheless, the episode reflects something important. Even during childhood, Napoleon displayed a natural inclination toward strategy and organization. He enjoyed planning. He enjoyed solving problems. He enjoyed directing collective effort toward a goal. These qualities would later define his command style. His relationships with classmates remained complex. Napoleon was not universally disliked, nor was he especially popular. Instead, he occupied an unusual position. Some students respected his intelligence. Others found him aloof. Many considered him different. Part of the problem stemmed from his personality. Napoleon possessed strong opinions and little patience for what he regarded as foolishness. He could be blunt. He could be stubborn. He often preferred solitude to social gatherings. These characteristics made close friendships difficult. Yet he was not entirely isolated. Over time, he formed connections with certain classmates and teachers who recognized his abilities. Even so, loneliness remained a recurring theme. The emotional impact of that loneliness should not be underestimated. Many future leaders experience periods of isolation during their formative years, separated from familiar surroundings and struggling to fit into a new environment. They develop independence that later proves valuable. Napoleon's experience followed a similar pattern. Instead of breaking his confidence, adversity strengthened it. Instead of discouraging ambition, obstacles intensified it. He increasingly believed that achievement would provide the recognition that popularity could not. Meanwhile, events within his family continued influencing his development. Letters arrived from Corsica. News traveled slowly but remained important. The Bonaparte family's financial situation often remained precarious. Resources were limited. Expenses had to be managed carefully. Napoleon understood that his education represented a sacrifice. His parents expected him to make the most of the opportunity. This awareness created pressure. Failure would not simply disappoint him. It would disappoint the family investing in his future. Responsibility therefore accompanied ambition. As the years passed, instructors observed that Napoleon possessed unusual determination. When interested in a subject, he worked tirelessly. When pursuing a goal, he demonstrated persistence beyond his age. These traits compensated for weaknesses in other areas. He was not the most polished student. He was not the most socially skilled student, yet few matched his intensity. By his mid-teens, Napoleon had begun to stand out, not necessarily as the most obvious future success, but as someone possessing uncommon potential. The transformation was gradual. The shy Corsican newcomer remained visible beneath the surface, yet new qualities were emerging. Discipline was becoming habit. Study was becoming passion. Ambition was becoming identity. Most importantly, Napoleon was beginning to imagine a future beyond the limitations of his birth. Many boys at Brienne expected ordinary military careers. They hoped for respectable positions and stable lives. Napoleon's dreams increasingly reached further. Though he rarely expressed them openly, he wanted more. He wanted distinction. He wanted achievement. He wanted significance. The exact form remained unclear even to him, but the desire existed. Years later, after conquering much of Europe, observers would search his childhood for signs of future greatness. Some exaggerated, others invented stories. Yet certain realities require no exaggeration. At Brienne, Napoleon developed habits that would serve him throughout life. He learned discipline. He learned self-reliance. He learned the value of study. He learned to endure criticism. He learned to transform loneliness into motivation. Most importantly, he began educating the mind that would one day astonish the world. The process was far from complete. Brienne represented only the first stage. An even greater challenge awaited him. As his education progressed, an opportunity emerged to attend one of France's most prestigious military institutions in Paris. Admission would bring new possibilities and new pressures. It would place him closer to the political heart of the kingdom. It would expose him to a society on the verge of transformation. And it would occur just as Europe itself was approaching one of the most revolutionary periods in its history. The boy from Corsica was moving steadily toward his destiny. Neither he nor anyone around him could yet see the full shape of that destiny, but the foundations were being laid, stone by stone, lesson by lesson, year by year. The future emperor was still a student, yet the qualities that would one day change Europe were already taking form within the quiet halls of Brienne. Chapter 6: Paris, Loss, and Ambition. The young cadet faces adulthood. By the summer of 1784, Napoleon Bonaparte had spent nearly 5 years at Brienne. The shy Corsican boy who had arrived feeling isolated and misunderstood was no longer the same person. The difficulties he had endured had not disappeared, but they had shaped him. He had developed discipline, intellectual confidence, and a growing sense of purpose. Yet the next stage of his life would test him more severely than anything he had experienced before. In October 1784, at the age of 15, Napoleon was admitted to the prestigious Royal Military School in Paris. For many young men of his background, acceptance into such an institution represented a remarkable achievement. Paris was not merely another city. It was the heart of the French kingdom. The political decisions that affected millions were made there. The wealthiest aristocrats maintained residences there. Scholars, writers, artists, and officials gathered there. The city stood at the center of French culture, influence, and power. For a teenager from Corsica, arriving in Paris felt like entering a different world altogether. The contrast with Ajaccio was overwhelming. Paris was vast, crowded, noisy, and constantly active. Its population numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Streets bustled with merchants, laborers, nobles, soldiers, priests, and travelers from across Europe. Elegant carriages rolled past grand buildings while impoverished citizens struggled in narrow alleys. The city displayed both the glory and the contradictions of 18th-century France. Napoleon observed everything. Observation had become one of his defining habits. He studied people just as carefully as he studied books. He noticed the immense differences between wealth and poverty. He noticed the confidence of aristocrats who had never experienced hardship. He noticed the rigid social structures that governed French society. Although he was technically a nobleman, Napoleon occupied an uncomfortable position within that system. His family possessed status but little wealth. Many of his fellow cadets came from powerful aristocratic families whose resources far exceeded anything available to the Bonapartes. Some students spent money casually, purchased expensive clothing, and lived in a manner that emphasized their social standing. Napoleon could not afford such luxuries. The disparity remained impossible to ignore. Years later, historians would debate the extent to which these experiences influenced his political views. What is certain is that Napoleon never forgot the feeling of being judged by standards he could not control. He respected talent. He respected achievement. He increasingly disliked systems that rewarded individuals solely because of birth. These attitudes would later play an important role during the Revolutionary era. At the Royal Military School, the academic demands intensified. The institution existed to prepare future officers, and expectations were high. Students studied mathematics, engineering, military science, geography, history, fortifications, artillery, and other subjects considered essential for military leadership. Napoleon approached his studies with characteristic determination. Unlike some cadets who viewed education as a temporary obstacle before inheriting comfortable careers, he recognized that knowledge represented one of his greatest advantages. He possessed neither great wealth nor powerful family connections. What he did possess was intelligence and a willingness to work. These assets became increasingly important. His aptitude for mathematics continued to distinguish him from many classmates. The subject's logical structure appealed to his analytical mind. Equations, measurements, and calculations rewarded precision rather than social status. This strength naturally drew him toward artillery. In 18th-century warfare, artillery was among the most technical branches of the military. Officers needed strong mathematical skills to calculate trajectories, positions, distances, and logistical requirements. Artillery lacked some of the glamour associated with cavalry units, which often attracted aristocrats seeking prestige. For Napoleon, however, practicality mattered more than appearance. He recognized that artillery offered opportunities for advancement based upon merit. The decision would prove enormously significant. Artillery training taught precision, planning, and scientific thinking. These qualities would later influence Napoleon's approach to warfare. He increasingly viewed military operations as complex systems that could be analyzed, organized, and improved. This perspective distinguished him from many contemporaries. While some officers relied primarily upon tradition, Napoleon sought understanding. He wanted to know not only what worked but why it worked. Meanwhile, developments within his family created growing anxiety. Carlo Bonaparte's health had been deteriorating. Years of stress, financial difficulties, and illness gradually weakened him. Medical knowledge during the 18th century remained limited, and effective treatments for serious diseases were often unavailable. Napoleon received troubling news from Corsica. His father's condition was worsening. The situation weighed heavily upon him. Despite occasional disagreements, Carlo had played a crucial role in shaping his son's future. Without Carlo's efforts, Napoleon would never have received the educational opportunities that now defined his path. The possibility of losing him was deeply painful. In February 1785, the feared news arrived. Carlo Bonaparte died at the age of 38. The loss marked one of the most important turning points in Napoleon's young life. Death always carries emotional consequences, but Carlo's passing also created practical challenges. The Bonaparte family suddenly found itself in a more precarious financial position. Letizia now faced the enormous responsibility of managing a large household without her husband. Resources became even more limited. the burden upon the family increased dramatically. For Napoleon, grief was accompanied by a growing sense of responsibility. He was no longer simply a student preparing for an uncertain future. His family needed support. His younger siblings required opportunities. The success of the Bonapartes increasingly depended upon the achievements of their children. Napoleon understood this reality clearly. The death of his father accelerated his transition into adulthood. Many young people experience a moment when childhood ends, not because of age but because circumstances demand greater responsibility. For Napoleon, 1785 became such a moment. The loss hardened his determination. He could no longer afford to think only about personal ambitions. He needed a career. He needed income. He needed advancement. As a result, he intensified his efforts. At the Royal Military School, students typically completed a longer course of study. Napoleon, however, sought to graduate as quickly as possible. His family's circumstances made delay undesirable. Fortunately, his academic performance allowed accelerated progress. His instructors recognized his abilities, particularly in mathematics and military subjects. After only 1 year in Paris, he completed the required program. The achievement was impressive. On September 1, 1785, at the age of 16, Napoleon Bonaparte became a second lieutenant in the French army. The moment carried profound significance. For the first time, he officially entered professional military service. He was no longer merely a student imagining future possibilities. He was now an officer. The rank itself was modest. No celebrations echoed across France. No newspapers proclaimed the achievement. Thousands of officers served throughout the kingdom. Most would live ordinary careers and fade into history. There was no obvious reason to believe that this young lieutenant would be different. Yet beneath the surface, important developments had occurred. Years of study had strengthened his intellect. Years of isolation had cultivated self-reliance. Years of hardship had reinforced ambition. The experiences of Brienne and Paris had transformed him. Still, uncertainty remained. His future career path was far from guaranteed. The French military hierarchy favored aristocrats with connections. Advancement often depended upon social status as much as ability. Opportunities existed, but barriers remained substantial. Napoleon entered the army with limited resources and few influential patrons. His prospects appeared respectable but unremarkable. What neither he nor his superiors could foresee was that France itself stood on the edge of historic upheaval. The old order was weakening. Economic problems troubled the kingdom. Public dissatisfaction was growing. Political tensions were increasing. Within a few years, the French Revolution would overturn institutions that had existed for centuries. The military, government, aristocracy, and monarchy would all be transformed. For ambitious young officers, unprecedented opportunities would emerge. Napoleon did not yet know this. As he received his commission, his concerns remained immediate and practical. He thought about duty assignments. He thought about supporting his family. He thought about building a career. He thought about proving himself. The dreams that had accompanied him since childhood remained alive, though their exact shape was still unclear. He wanted distinction. He wanted accomplishment. He wanted to rise above the limitations imposed by birth and circumstance. Yet he could not know that history itself was about to become his greatest ally. The kingdom he served as a junior officer would soon descend into revolution. Ancient institutions would crumble. Old assumptions would disappear. The world that had shaped his childhood was approaching its end. And in the chaos that followed, Napoleon Bonaparte would discover opportunities beyond anything he had ever imagined. The young lieutenant stood at the threshold of adulthood. Behind him lay the struggles of childhood and education. Ahead lay revolution, war, ambition, and destiny. The story of the future emperor was about to enter a new phase. For the first time, he was no longer preparing for history. He was about to step directly into it. Chapter 7, A Young Officer in a Kingdom on the Brink 1785-1789. On September 1, 1785, Napoleon Bonaparte officially became a second lieutenant in the French army. He was 16 years old. For many young officers, receiving a commission marked the beginning of a predictable career. They would spend years performing routine duties, waiting patiently for promotions, relying upon family influence, and gradually advancing through the ranks. Napoleon's path would be very different, yet neither he nor anyone else could have known that at the time. When he first entered active service, he appeared to be one junior officer among thousands serving the Kingdom of France. His uniform did not distinguish him from countless others. His rank carried limited authority. His family connections were modest. His prospects, while respectable, seemed ordinary. History often conceals its future giants behind ordinary appearances. Napoleon's first assignment placed him with the artillery branch of the French army, a field that suited his abilities exceptionally well. Artillery officers required technical knowledge, mathematical skill, discipline, and careful planning. Unlike some military branches where aristocratic prestige often mattered more than competence, artillery rewarded intelligence. Napoleon appreciated this. He had spent years proving himself through effort and study. He preferred environments where ability could overcome social disadvantage. His first posting was with the La Fère Artillery Regiment, one of France's respected artillery units. Military life differed significantly from the structured environment of school. For the first time, Napoleon found himself operating within the realities of professional service. Officers were responsible not only for learning but for leadership. Decisions carried consequences. Discipline affected real soldiers rather than fellow students. Although still young, Napoleon approached his responsibilities seriously. Many officers viewed military service primarily as a social profession. Some spent considerable time pursuing entertainment, attending gatherings, or cultivating influential relationships. Napoleon developed different habits. He read, he studied, he thought. Books became his closest companions. Throughout his life, Napoleon maintained an astonishing appetite for reading. During these early years, that habit intensified. Whenever circumstances permitted, he immersed himself in literature, history, philosophy, military theory, political thought, geography, and science. His reading was not random. He pursued knowledge with purpose. He sought understanding. He wanted to learn how societies functioned, how governments succeeded or failed, why empires rose and collapsed, and what qualities separated extraordinary leaders from ordinary ones. Many of his contemporaries possessed education. Few matched his intellectual hunger. His quarters often contained stacks of books. Fellow officers sometimes considered him unusual because of the amount of time he devoted to study. Yet Napoleon viewed reading differently than they did. For him, books were not merely sources of information. They were tools. Each volume offered lessons. Each historical account revealed patterns. Each biography provided examples of success and failure. Years later, when commanding armies across Europe, he would draw upon insights accumulated during these formative years. One figure continued to dominate his imagination above all others: Alexander the Great. Napoleon returned repeatedly to accounts of Alexander's campaigns. The Macedonian conqueror fascinated him because he had achieved greatness while still young. Most rulers inherited power. Alexander had expanded it. Most men accepted limitations. Alexander had challenged them. The example resonated deeply with Napoleon's growing ambitions. He also continued studying Julius Caesar, whose combination of military brilliance and political skill provided another model for extraordinary achievement. At this stage of life, Napoleon had not yet developed a clear vision of his own future. He did not know precisely what he wanted to become. But he knew what he admired. He admired greatness. He admired achievement. He admired individuals who altered the course of history through talent, determination, and willpower. These ideals increasingly shaped his identity. Meanwhile, his personal circumstances remained difficult. The death of Carlo Bonaparte had left the family in a fragile financial position. Letizia faced the challenge of supporting numerous children with limited resources. The burden weighed heavily upon everyone. Napoleon felt this responsibility intensely. His military salary was modest, but he often attempted to assist his family whenever possible. Letters exchanged between family members reveal ongoing concerns about finances, education, and future opportunities. The Bonapartes were united by strong loyalty. Success for one family member often meant opportunities for others. Failure affected everyone. These realities strengthened Napoleon's determination to advance. Career success was no longer simply a personal ambition. It had become a family necessity. During periods of leave, Napoleon frequently returned to Corsica. Each visit carried emotional significance. The island remained central to his identity. Despite years spent in France, he still considered himself Corsican first and French second. When he walked the familiar streets of Ajaccio, visited relatives, and observed the landscapes of his childhood, he felt a connection that mainland France could not replace. Corsica represented home, yet returning also revealed changes. The boy who had departed for education was gradually becoming a man shaped by experiences beyond the island. His horizons had expanded, his knowledge had grown, his ambitions had evolved. The relationship between Napoleon and Corsica was becoming more complicated. One individual remained especially important in his imagination, Pasquale Paoli. To many Corsicans, Paoli remained a national hero despite years spent in exile. Stories about his leadership continued circulating throughout the island. His struggle for independence remained a source of pride. Napoleon admired him deeply. In fact, during the late 1780s, Napoleon's political sympathies aligned strongly with Corsican nationalism. He viewed Paoli as a symbol of courage and patriotism. At times, he even imagined dedicating himself to the cause of Corsican autonomy. This aspect of his early life is often overlooked because later events transformed his identity so dramatically. The future emperor of France once dreamed primarily about Corsica. History, however, rarely follows the paths people expect. While Napoleon contemplated Corsican affairs, larger forces were gathering across France. The kingdom faced mounting difficulties. Financial problems plagued the government. Years of war, administrative inefficiency, and structural weaknesses had created enormous debt. The monarchy struggled to find solutions. Taxes burdened ordinary citizens while many privileges protected aristocratic interests. Economic hardship affected growing numbers of people. Poor harvests increased suffering in some regions. Public frustration intensified. At the same time, Enlightenment ideas continued spreading throughout society. Philosophers and writers questioned traditional assumptions about authority, government, and rights. Educated citizens debated reforms that would have seemed radical only a generation earlier. The old order remained intact, but cracks were becoming visible. Napoleon observed these developments with great interest. And like many military officers who focused narrowly upon professional matters, he paid close attention to politics. He read political writings. He followed public debates. He considered the future of France and Corsica. His own opinions during this period reflected a mixture of influences. He admired strong government. He believed in merit and ability. He distrusted inherited privilege when it obstructed talent. At the same time, he valued order and stability. These views did not fit neatly into existing political categories. They would continue evolving as circumstances changed. One of the most revealing aspects of Napoleon's character during these years was his willingness to write. Writing served as an extension of his thinking. He produced essays, reflections, and political observations on various topics. Some focused on Corsica, others explored historical or philosophical themes. Many displayed the intellectual curiosity that had characterized him since childhood. Not all of these writings were polished. Not all demonstrated literary brilliance. Yet they reveal an important truth. Napoleon was not merely preparing to become a soldier. He was developing into a thinker. He wanted to understand the world. He wanted to influence it. Military service represented only one component of a much larger ambition. As the late 1780s progressed, tensions throughout France continued increasing. The monarchy's financial crisis worsened. Political disagreements intensified. Public confidence declined. The government eventually made a decision that would have enormous consequences. King Louis XVI announced the convocation of the Estates General, a representative assembly that had not met since 1614. The announcement reflected desperation. The monarchy needed support for reforms and financial measures. Yet the decision also created opportunities for broader political change. Across France, people prepared to voice grievances, demands, and hopes. Few understood how far events would ultimately go. Most expected reform. Very few anticipated revolution. Napoleon watched developments closely. As a young officer, he occupied an unusual position. He belonged to the military establishment, yet he lacked the wealth and privilege associated with many aristocratic officers. He admired merit, yet he also valued authority. He loved Corsica, yet his career depended upon France. These contradictions mirrored the complexities of the era itself. The world around him was changing rapidly. Old assumptions no longer seemed secure. New possibilities appeared on the horizon. The young lieutenant sensed that important events were approaching. What he could not know was that those events would transform his life completely. Within a few years, institutions that had existed for centuries would collapse. The monarchy would fall. Europe would enter an age of revolution and war. Careers that once depended upon noble birth would increasingly depend upon talent and opportunity. For a man like Napoleon Bonaparte, the coming upheaval would open doors that had previously remained closed. The kingdom he served stood on the edge of a precipice. Most people could not yet see how deep the fall would be, but history was already gathering momentum. And when the storm finally broke, the young officer from Corsica would find himself carried directly into its center. The quiet years of preparation were ending. The age of revolution was about to begin. Chapter 8. The French Revolution begins 1789–1791. In the spring of 1789, France stood at a crossroads. For centuries, the kingdom had been governed through institutions that many people believed were permanent. Kings ruled by tradition and authority. Aristocrats enjoyed privileges protected by law and custom. The Catholic Church occupied a powerful position within society. The social order appeared ancient, stable, and deeply rooted. Yet beneath that appearance of stability, enormous tensions had accumulated. Economic hardship affected millions. Government debt had reached alarming levels. Many citizens resented inequalities that seemed increasingly difficult to justify. New ideas about liberty, rights, and representation circulated throughout the country. The old system was weakening. Few people understood how dramatically events would unfold, but many sensed that change was approaching. For Napoleon Bonaparte, then a young artillery officer in his late teens, these developments represented both a political crisis and a personal opportunity. The world that had limited advancement through birth and privilege was beginning to crack. What emerged from those cracks would transform his life. The immediate catalyst for change came when King Louis XVI decided to convene the Estates General. The decision reflected desperation. The monarchy's financial problems had become impossible to ignore. Previous attempts at reform had failed. Government officials hoped that a representative assembly could help resolve the crisis. The Estates General consisted of representatives from three traditional social groups: The first estate represented the clergy. The second estate represented the nobility. The third estate represented everyone else, including merchants, professionals, artisans, laborers, and peasants. On paper, the arrangement appeared balanced. In practice, many members of the Third Estate believed the system favored privileged groups at the expense of the majority. Their frustrations quickly intensified. What began as a financial and political dispute soon evolved into something much larger. Representatives of the Third Estate declared themselves the National Assembly, asserting that they represented the French nation rather than merely one segment of society. The act challenged centuries of political tradition. Suddenly, questions that had once seemed unthinkable became topics of public debate. Who possessed legitimate authority? Did power originate from kings or from the people? Could ancient institutions be reformed, or did they need to be replaced? Across France, excitement, uncertainty, and anxiety spread simultaneously. Napoleon followed these events closely. As an officer and an avid reader, he paid careful attention to political developments. Like many educated young men of his generation, he had been influenced by Enlightenment ideas emphasizing merit, reason, and reform. At this stage, he generally welcomed many aspects of the revolution. He believed that talent should matter more than inherited privilege. He believed opportunities should be available to capable individuals regardless of family background. The existing social order had often frustrated ambitious men like him. The revolution appeared to offer new possibilities. Yet Napoleon's support for change was never identical to the views of the most radical revolutionaries. Even in his youth, he valued order and effective government. He admired strength. He respected authority when it served practical purposes. These tendencies would later distinguish him from many political activists. The revolution fascinated him not because it promised chaos but because it seemed capable of creating a more rational society. As debates unfolded in Paris, tensions among ordinary citizens continued rising. Rumors spread rapidly. Food shortages increased fears. Economic difficulties worsened public frustration. By July 1789, the atmosphere had become explosive. On July 14th, a crowd in Paris attacked and captured the Bastille. The fortress prison held relatively few prisoners, but its symbolic importance was immense. For many people, the Bastille represented arbitrary royal power. Its fall became one of the defining moments of the revolution. News traveled quickly throughout France. The event shocked observers across Europe. Some celebrated it as the triumph of liberty. Others viewed it as a dangerous sign that order was collapsing. Napoleon watched with intense interest. Like many contemporaries, he recognized that the capture of the Bastille represented more than a local disturbance. It marked the beginning of a new era. The old political system was no longer secure. Power relationships throughout France were changing. Opportunities and dangers were emerging simultaneously. For a young officer with ambition, the implications were enormous. In the years before the revolution, advancement within the military often depended heavily upon noble birth and influential connections. Now those barriers appeared increasingly vulnerable. The transformation would not occur overnight, but the process had begun. Meanwhile, Napoleon's attention remained divided between France and Corsica. Although serving in the French army, he still considered himself deeply connected to his homeland. Revolutionary developments raised important questions about Corsica's future. Would the island gain greater autonomy? Would long-standing grievances be addressed? Could the ideals of the revolution benefit Corsicans as well as mainland French citizens? These questions occupied much of Napoleon's thinking. The revolution also created an opportunity for the return of Pasquale Paoli. For years, Paoli had lived in exile in Britain after the defeat of the Corsican independence movement. Despite his absence, he remained a revered figure among many islanders. The revolutionary government eventually permitted his return. For Corsicans, the event carried tremendous emotional significance. A national hero was coming home. Napoleon greeted the news enthusiastically. He still admired Paoli deeply. The older man's commitment to Corsican self-government aligned with many of Napoleon's own sentiments. At this stage, Napoleon hoped that the revolution and Paoli's leadership might work together to improve Corsica's position. The prospect seemed promising, yet history often unfolds in unexpected ways. The relationship between Napoleon and Paoli would eventually become far more complicated than either man anticipated. During these years, Napoleon spent considerable time in Corsica while remaining officially connected to the French military. The island itself was undergoing political transformation. Revolutionary ideas spread rapidly. Old loyalties shifted. New factions emerged. Political disagreements intensified. Some people supported closer integration with revolutionary France. Others prioritized Corsican autonomy. Still others pursued more radical objectives. Napoleon became increasingly involved in these debates. And like many young officers who remained focused primarily on military matters, he demonstrated strong political interests. He wrote essays. He participated in discussions. He considered potential reforms. He imagined ways in which Corsica and France might evolve. One recurring theme in his writings involved merit. Again and again, Napoleon argued that ability should matter more than inherited privilege. His own experiences clearly influenced these views. He had spent years overcoming social disadvantages associated with limited wealth and foreign origins. The revolution's emphasis on equality of opportunity appealed strongly to him. At the same time, his writings revealed another important characteristic. He consistently valued effectiveness. Abstract theories interested him less than practical results. He wanted governments that functioned efficiently. He wanted institutions capable of maintaining order while encouraging talent. These priorities would remain central throughout his career. As 1790 progressed, revolutionary reforms accelerated. The National Assembly abolished many traditional privileges. Administrative structures were reorganized. Church property was seized. New political arrangements emerged. The pace of change astonished contemporaries. Institutions that had existed for centuries disappeared within months. Many citizens celebrated these developments. Others felt frightened and disoriented. Napoleon's reactions reflected both optimism and caution. He approved of many reforms. Yet he also recognized potential dangers. The more rapidly change occurred, the greater the risk of instability. This concern would become increasingly important in later years. For now, however, opportunities outweighed worries. The revolution was reshaping France. Young men who previously faced limited prospects suddenly found new paths opening before them. Napoleon belonged to that generation. Although still relatively unknown, he sensed that historical forces were creating possibilities unavailable to earlier generations. The challenge would be taking advantage of them. Meanwhile, his personal development continued. His reading remained extensive. His intellectual confidence grew. His political awareness deepened. Most importantly, his ambitions expanded. The shy student of Brienne and Paris was disappearing. In his place emerged a young officer increasingly convinced that he was destined for significant achievements. The belief did not yet rest upon concrete success. He had not won major battles. He had not held high office. He had not gained national recognition. Yet something within him continued growing. A conviction that ordinary limits need not apply. A conviction that talent, determination, and opportunity could produce extraordinary results. The revolution reinforced that conviction. If ancient institutions could collapse, then established assumptions about social advancement could collapse as well. If the world was changing, ambitious individuals could help shape those changes. Napoleon increasingly saw himself as one of those individuals. By 1791, the revolution had already transformed France profoundly. Yet its most dramatic chapters remained unwritten. Political divisions were widening. Trust between different factions was eroding. The monarchy's position was weakening. Foreign governments watched events with concern. The possibility of conflict loomed on the horizon. For Napoleon, the years between 1789 and 1791 represented a period of observation, preparation, and political awakening. He was learning how revolutions worked. He was learning how power shifted. He was learning how opportunities emerged during times of upheaval. Most importantly, he was positioning himself for the future. That future would arrive sooner than anyone expected. Within a few years, France would descend into violence, war, and crisis. Old careers would vanish. New leaders would emerge. And amid the chaos, a young Corsican artillery officer would begin the ascent that would eventually make him one of the most famous figures in human history. The revolution had begun. Soon, Napoleon's rise would begin as well. Chapter 9, Corsica, Paoli, and the breaking point 1791-1793. By 1791, Napoleon Bonaparte stood between two identities. He was a lieutenant in the French army, educated in French institutions and benefiting from opportunities created by the revolution. Yet he remained emotionally attached to Corsica, the island of his birth, whose mountains, traditions, and struggles had shaped his earliest understanding of the world. For years, these identities had coexisted within him. He believed he could be both a loyal Corsican and a supporter of revolutionary France. Events would soon force him to choose. The choice would change the course of his life forever. At 22 years old, Napoleon was no longer the lonely schoolboy who had struggled to fit into French society. He had developed intellectual confidence, political opinions, and a growing sense of ambition. Although still far from famous, he increasingly viewed himself as a participant in history rather than merely an observer. The French Revolution had accelerated this transformation. The collapse of traditional barriers opened opportunities that would have been unimaginable only a few years earlier. Military promotions became more accessible to talented officers. Political debates touched every corner of society. New ideas challenged old assumptions. For Napoleon, the revolution appeared to offer a path forward. For Corsica, however, the situation was far more complicated. The island's relationship with France had always been uneasy. Many Corsicans welcomed reforms that promised greater political participation and local influence. Others remained deeply suspicious of French authority regardless of the government's ideology. The return of Pasquale Paoli intensified these tensions. When Paoli came back to Corsica after years of exile, he was greeted as a hero. Crowds celebrated his arrival. Admirers viewed him as the embodiment of Corsican patriotism and resistance. Napoleon was among those admirers. Since childhood, he had regarded Paoli with almost legendary respect. To the young Napoleon, Paoli represented everything noble about Corsica's struggle for self-government. He was courageous, intelligent, principled, and deeply devoted to his homeland. Meeting such a figure carried enormous emotional significance. Napoleon hoped that he and Paoli might work together to build a better future for the island. Initially, there seemed to be reason for optimism. Both men supported many revolutionary reforms. Both opposed aspects of the old political system. Both desired greater opportunities for Corsicans. Yet beneath these apparent similarities lay important differences. Paoli belonged to an older generation. He had spent decades fighting for Corsican independence. His experiences shaped his worldview profoundly. Although willing to cooperate with revolutionary France under certain circumstances, his ultimate loyalty remained with Corsica itself. Napoleon's perspective was beginning to diverge. He still loved Corsica deeply, but his experiences in France had broadened his horizons. He increasingly saw the revolution as a force capable of transforming not only Corsica but all of Europe. The difference was subtle at first. Over time, it became impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, events in France grew increasingly dramatic. The revolution was entering a more radical phase. What had begun as an effort to reform the monarchy was evolving into something much larger and more dangerous. Political factions competed fiercely for influence. Public demonstrations became more frequent. Distrust spread throughout society. The attempted flight of King Louis XVI in June 1791 further intensified tensions. The king and his family tried to escape Paris, apparently hoping to reach a safer location where they could regain political freedom. The plan failed. The royal family was captured and returned to the capital. The incident shattered trust. Many citizens concluded that the king could not be relied upon to support the revolution. Political divisions deepened. Across France, debates became increasingly heated. Moderates struggled to maintain influence. Radical voices gained strength. Napoleon observed these developments with growing concern and fascination. Although he supported many revolutionary goals, he disliked disorder. The escalating instability troubled him. At the same time, he recognized that extraordinary periods often create extraordinary opportunities. The old world was disappearing. The question was what would replace it. Back in Corsica, local politics became increasingly contentious. The island mirrored many of the conflicts affecting France as a whole, but local rivalries added further complexity. Different factions competed for influence. Personal disputes mixed with ideological disagreements. Old grievances resurfaced. Political meetings often became emotionally charged. Napoleon immersed himself in these struggles. He attended assemblies, participated in debates, and worked actively on behalf of causes he supported. His energy was remarkable. Friends and opponents alike noticed his determination. Even at this stage, Napoleon displayed characteristics that would later define his leadership style. He worked tirelessly. He pursued objectives relentlessly. He believed strongly in his own judgment. These qualities impressed supporters but sometimes irritated allies. Napoleon rarely accepted compromise easily. He preferred decisive action. As political tensions increased, his relationship with Paoli began deteriorating. The process unfolded gradually. At first, disagreements remained manageable. Both men continued pursuing what they believed were Corsica's best interests. Yet their visions increasingly diverged. Paoli grew suspicious of the revolution's direction. The movement that had initially promised liberty seemed increasingly dominated by extremists. Violence was becoming more common. Political opponents faced persecution. The government in Paris demanded greater conformity. Paoli worried that Corsican interests might be sacrificed to revolutionary ambitions. Napoleon saw matters differently. Although he recognized problems, he still believed the revolution offered the best hope for progress. The disagreement was not merely political. It reflected a deeper conflict between generations and identities. Paoli remained fundamentally a Corsican nationalist. Napoleon was becoming something new. His ambitions extended beyond the island. His future increasingly depended upon France. Neither man fully understood how wide the gap between them had become. Events in France soon widened it dramatically. In 1792, revolutionary tensions erupted into war. European monarchies watched developments in France with alarm. Many feared that revolutionary ideas might spread beyond French borders. Conflict became increasingly likely. Eventually, France found itself at war with foreign powers. The consequences were enormous. War transformed the revolution. Military emergencies intensified political pressures. Leaders demanded greater loyalty. Suspicion toward perceived enemies increased. The atmosphere became more radical and more dangerous. Napoleon, as a military officer, suddenly found himself living in a nation at war. The conflict created opportunities for advancement but also heightened expectations. The army needed capable leaders. The revolution needed defenders. Ambitious officers could rise quickly if they demonstrated competence. Yet military developments were only part of the story. The political situation continued deteriorating. By late 1792, the monarchy had effectively collapsed. King Louis XVI was imprisoned. France declared itself a republic. The transformation would have seemed unimaginable only a few years earlier. Centuries of monarchy had come to an end. The king's fate remained uncertain. Then came one of the most consequential decisions of the revolution. In January 1793, Louis XVI was executed. The event shocked Europe. Some celebrated it as a triumph of republican principles. Others regarded it as a horrifying act of political violence. Foreign governments reacted with outrage. The execution intensified international conflict and deepened divisions within France. Napoleon supported the Republic, but the king's death illustrated how far the revolution had moved from its original goals. The age of reform had become the age of revolution. The age of revolution was becoming the age of extremism. Corsica felt these pressures acutely. Paoli's distrust of revolutionary authorities increased. Relations between him and Paris deteriorated rapidly. The French government, meanwhile, grew suspicious of Paoli's intentions. Mutual accusations followed. Each side questioned the loyalty of the other. Napoleon found himself caught in the middle. The situation became increasingly personal. Because he supported the French Republic, Paoli's supporters began viewing him with suspicion. Because of his Corsican background and earlier admiration for Paoli, some French revolutionaries questioned his reliability. The position was dangerous. For a time, Napoleon attempted to navigate these conflicting pressures. Eventually, that became impossible. The final break came in 1793. Political tensions erupted into open conflict. Paoli effectively moved against the revolutionary government. His supporters gained influence throughout much of the island. The Bonaparte family suddenly found themselves in a precarious situation. Their political loyalties made them targets. The danger was real. Violence and intimidation became increasingly common. Remaining in Corsica carried serious risks. The island Napoleon loved was turning against him. The realization was devastating. For years, he had imagined contributing to Corsica's future. Now circumstances forced him to leave. The decision was not voluntary. It was a necessity. The Bonapartes prepared to flee. The departure carried profound emotional weight. Napoleon was not simply leaving a place. He was leaving part of his identity. Corsica had shaped his childhood, inspired his early ambitions, and provided his first understanding of patriotism. Now political realities made return impossible. The family's escape was hurried and difficult. Resources were limited. The future was uncertain. Yet remaining behind posed even greater dangers. As they departed, Napoleon experienced a moment that would influence him for the rest of his life. The break with Corsica was not merely geographical, it was psychological. A chapter of his life had ended. The dream of serving primarily as a Corsican patriot was over. The future now lay elsewhere. For the first time, Napoleon's destiny became inseparably linked to France. The transformation did not occur overnight. Emotional ties to Corsica remained powerful. Memories remained vivid. Yet the direction of his life had changed permanently. Exile from his homeland forced him to redefine himself. The process was painful. It was also necessary. History often advances through moments of loss. Doors close. Paths disappear. Individuals are forced to adapt. For Napoleon, the collapse of his relationship with Paoli and the loss of Corsica represented exactly such a moment. What seemed like a personal tragedy would eventually become a turning point. Had he remained in Corsica, his life might have followed a very different course. Instead, circumstances pushed him toward revolutionary France. And revolutionary France was about to provide an opportunity unlike any he had ever known. The Republic was at war. Its enemies surrounded it. Its armies desperately needed capable officers. Its future remained uncertain. Amid the chaos, a young artillery captain from Corsica was preparing to prove himself. The chance would come soon, and when it arrived, Napoleon Bonaparte would seize it with a determination that would astonish everyone around him. The age of preparation was ending. The age of action was about to begin. Chapter 10, Toulon, the First Great Opportunity 1793. By the summer of 1793, France seemed to be fighting for its survival. Only 4 years had passed since the beginning of the revolution, yet the nation already appeared transformed beyond recognition. The monarchy had fallen. The king had been executed. Political factions battled one another for power. Civil unrest erupted in various regions. Foreign armies threatened the country's borders. To many observers, the French Republic looked fragile. Its enemies certainly believed so. Across Europe, monarchies watched revolutionary France with alarm. They feared not only French military power but also the spread of revolutionary ideas. If ordinary people elsewhere began demanding similar changes, the political foundations of Europe could be shaken. As a result, coalitions formed against France. Austria, Prussia, Britain, Spain, and several other powers either fought directly against the Republic or supported efforts to contain it. France suddenly found itself confronting enemies on multiple fronts. The situation was dangerous. The revolutionary government needed victories. It needed competent officers. Most importantly, it needed proof that the Republic could survive. It was during this moment of crisis that Napoleon Bonaparte first stepped onto the national stage. Until then, he had been largely unknown. He possessed intelligence, ambition, and military training, but thousands of officers shared similar qualities. His recent break with Corsica had left him politically vulnerable and personally displaced. He needed an opportunity. History was about to provide one. That opportunity was Toulon. Located on the Mediterranean coast of southern France, Toulon was one of the country's most important naval ports. The city served as a major base for the French fleet and held enormous strategic value. Control of Toulon meant control of critical naval resources. It meant influence over Mediterranean operations. It meant prestige. For revolutionary France, losing Toulon would be a serious blow. In 1793, that nightmare became reality. Political divisions within the city mirrored conflicts occurring throughout the country. Many residents opposed the increasingly radical direction of the revolution. Fear, uncertainty, and resentment created fertile ground for resistance. Eventually, anti-revolutionary forces seized control. The situation worsened when local leaders invited foreign assistance. British warships entered the harbor. Spanish forces joined them. Suddenly, one of France's most important ports was effectively under enemy occupation. The consequences were enormous. Not only had the Republic lost a strategic location, but foreign powers now possessed a foothold on French territory itself. The revolutionary government could not tolerate such a situation. Toulon had to be retaken. An army was assembled to besiege the city. Yet despite the urgency of the mission, progress remained disappointing. The siege suffered from poor coordination, weak planning, and ineffective leadership. French forces surrounded Toulon, but they struggled to achieve decisive results. Weeks passed. The enemy remained secure. Frustration grew. Into this troubled situation arrived a 24-year-old artillery officer named Napoleon Bonaparte. At first, nobody expected him to change the course of the campaign. He was not the commanding general. He was not famous. He did not possess political influence capable of transforming events through authority alone. What he did possess was something equally valuable. He understood the problem. One of Napoleon's greatest strengths throughout his life was his ability to identify the decisive point in a complex situation. While others became distracted by secondary issues, he focused on what truly mattered. At Toulon, he quickly realized that the siege was being approached incorrectly. Many officers viewed the city itself as the primary objective. Napoleon looked beyond the city. He studied the harbor. He examined the surrounding terrain. He analyzed enemy positions. Gradually, a different picture emerged. The key to victory was not simply attacking Toulon directly. The key was controlling the heights overlooking the harbor. If French artillery could dominate those positions, enemy ships would no longer be able to operate safely. Without naval support, the occupation would become unsustainable. The insight seems obvious in hindsight. At the time, however, many commanders had failed to recognize its significance. Napoleon developed a detailed plan. The enemy had established strong defensive positions protecting the crucial heights. Among these fortifications was a particularly important location that French soldiers nicknamed Little Gibraltar because of its apparent strength. Capturing it would not be easy. The defenders included experienced British and Allied troops. Their fortifications were formidable. Any assault would involve serious risks. Yet Napoleon remained convinced that success depended upon seizing these positions. He communicated his ideas with unusual confidence. One characteristic repeatedly visible throughout his career was his willingness to advocate strongly for solutions he believed correct. Even when junior in rank, he often displayed remarkable certainty. Some superiors found this trait irritating. Others found it impressive. At Toulon, circumstances favored bold thinking. The siege needed results. Gradually, Napoleon's proposals gained support. He was assigned increasing responsibility for artillery operations. This development proved crucial. Artillery was the branch of service he understood best. Years of study and training had prepared him precisely for challenges of this nature. Now, he finally had an opportunity to apply that knowledge on a significant scale. Napoleon threw himself into the task with extraordinary energy. He inspected positions personally. He supervised the movement of guns. He organized ammunition supplies. He planned battery placements. He worked relentlessly. Observers quickly noticed his intensity. While some officers remained distant from daily operations, Napoleon involved himself in details. He believed successful campaigns depended upon preparation. Every gun mattered. Every position mattered. Every logistical challenge mattered. The habit would remain characteristic throughout his life. As the siege progressed, Napoleon demonstrated another important quality. He inspired confidence. Soldiers respected leaders who understood their work. Artillerymen recognized that he knew his profession thoroughly. When he gave instructions, they reflected practical knowledge rather than abstract theory. Trust grew. His reputation within the army began to improve. Meanwhile, the military situation remained difficult. The defenders fought skillfully. British forces under experienced commanders maintained strong resistance. Assaulting fortified positions always involved danger. Casualties mounted. Progress came slowly. Napoleon, however, remained focused upon his objective. Again and again, he emphasized the importance of controlling the key heights. Everything else was secondary. Eventually, French commanders agreed to launch a major operation against the critical positions. Preparations intensified. Artillery batteries bombarded enemy defenses. Troops assembled for the assault. Tension spread throughout the camp. The coming battle would likely determine the fate of the entire siege. When the attack began, it was fierce and chaotic. Night operations during the 18th century were notoriously difficult. Confusion, darkness, smoke, and noise created enormous challenges. Units became disorganized. Communication broke down. Fighting occurred at close quarters. Napoleon remained near the action. Like many effective commanders, he believed leaders should understand battlefield realities firsthand. The decision carried risks. During the fighting, he was wounded. A bayonet struck his thigh. Fortunately, the injury was not severe enough to end his participation. Even so, it served as an early reminder of the dangers associated with military leadership. Success was never guaranteed. Neither was survival. The battle continued. French troops pressed forward. Resistance remained stubborn. Gradually, however, momentum shifted. Key positions fell into French hands. The heights overlooking the harbor were captured. Napoleon's strategic vision had been validated. The consequences were immediate. Once French artillery dominated the critical terrain, the enemy's position became increasingly untenable. British commanders recognized the danger. Remaining in Toulon now risked catastrophic losses. A withdrawal became necessary. The evacuation began. Ships carried troops away from the harbor. The occupation ended. Toulon returned to French control. For the Republic, the victory represented a desperately needed success. The strategic port had been recovered. Foreign forces had been expelled. National morale improved. Political leaders celebrated the achievement. For Napoleon Bonaparte, the victory transformed everything. Before Toulon, he was a relatively obscure officer. After Toulon, influential people began noticing his name. Reports highlighted his contributions. Commanders praised his performance. Political representatives attached to the army recognized his abilities. Most importantly, the victory provided tangible evidence of competence. Napoleon had not merely talked about strategy. He had delivered results. Results mattered. Revolutionary France increasingly rewarded effectiveness because circumstances demanded it. The nation could not afford to ignore talented individuals simply because of age or background. Success created opportunities. As recognition spread, promotions followed. At only 24 years old, Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general. The achievement was extraordinary. Under the old monarchy, advancement often proceeded slowly and depended heavily upon social connections. The revolution changed these dynamics. Capable officers could rise rapidly. Napoleon's promotion reflected both his personal abilities and the changing nature of French society. Even so, few people imagined the scale of his future rise. Becoming a general at 24 was impressive. Becoming ruler of France remained unimaginable. Yet Toulon revealed something important. When presented with a significant challenge, Napoleon performed exceptionally well. He analyzed problems clearly. He identified decisive objectives. He organized resources effectively. He worked tirelessly. He acted decisively. These qualities would appear repeatedly throughout his career. The siege also strengthened his confidence. Success reinforces belief. Napoleon already possessed considerable self-assurance, but Toulon provided concrete evidence that his judgment could withstand real-world tests. The victory confirmed what he increasingly suspected. He was capable of more than an ordinary military career. He was capable of greatness. Of course, confidence carries dangers. Throughout history, many talented individuals have been destroyed by excessive self-belief. For the moment, however, Napoleon's confidence remained grounded in achievement. He had earned recognition through performance. The Republic needed officers like him. The army needed officers like him. Future opportunities seemed likely, yet France itself remained unstable. The revolution continued growing more radical. Political violence intensified. Power struggles dominated national life. Military victories abroad could not eliminate tensions at home. Napoleon's rise had begun, but the path ahead remained uncertain. Indeed, within months, he would face new challenges threatening to halt his progress entirely. Political alliances shifted rapidly during the revolution. Today's hero could become tomorrow's suspect. Success on the battlefield did not guarantee safety in politics. Napoleon was about to learn that lesson firsthand. Still, as 1793 drew toward its conclusion, one fact had become undeniable. The young Corsican officer who had arrived at Toulon as a relative unknown was leaving as one of the most promising military talents in France. His first great opportunity had arrived. He had seized it, and history had begun paying attention. Chapter 11 Revolution, Terror, and Survival 179–1795. The victory at Toulon changed Napoleon Bonaparte's life. For the first time, influential figures within the French Republic knew his name. His promotion to brigadier general at the age of 24 marked a remarkable achievement. Newspapers, political representatives, and military leaders recognized that the young Corsican possessed unusual talent. Yet revolutionary France was not a place where success guaranteed security. In calmer times, military achievement might have provided stability and predictable advancement. During the revolution, however, circumstances changed constantly. Alliances shifted, political factions rose and fell. Yesterday's heroes often became today's suspects. Napoleon had entered a world where survival required more than military skill. It required political awareness. The republic that rewarded him for victory at Toulon was also a nation consumed by fear, suspicion, and ideological conflict. To understand the challenges Napoleon faced after Toulon, it is necessary to understand the atmosphere of France in 1794. The revolution had entered one of its most intense and controversial phases. The republic faced threats on nearly every side. Foreign armies continued fighting against France. Internal rebellions challenged revolutionary authority. Economic difficulties created hardship for ordinary citizens. Political leaders feared conspiracies and counter-revolutionary plots. Under such conditions, many revolutionaries concluded that extraordinary measures were necessary. The result was a period later known as the Reign of Terror. The word terror was not chosen lightly. The revolutionary government increasingly relied upon harsh methods to eliminate perceived enemies. Courts operated rapidly. Accusations multiplied. Thousands of people were arrested. Many were executed. Supporters argued that such actions protected the republic during a moment of crisis. Critics viewed them as evidence that the revolution had abandoned its original ideals. Regardless of perspective, the atmosphere was unmistakably dangerous. A careless statement could attract suspicion. Political associations could become liabilities overnight. Trust became difficult. Fear became common. One of the most influential figures during this period was Maximilien Robespierre. Robespierre believed deeply in the revolution and considered himself a defender of republican virtue. Yet as political tensions intensified, his government increasingly embraced severe methods. His supporters gained enormous influence. His opponents grew increasingly fearful. Napoleon's own position during this period was complicated. His success at Toulon had brought him into contact with political representatives associated with revolutionary factions. In particular, he benefited from relationships with individuals connected to the Jacobins, one of the most powerful political groups in revolutionary France. At the time, such connections appeared advantageous. The Jacobins dominated national politics. Association with them could accelerate careers. Napoleon's rise after Toulon owed something to these political circumstances. Yet revolutionary politics were notoriously unstable. The very connections that helped an individual one month could endanger them the next. Napoleon was about to discover this reality firsthand. By mid-1794, opposition to Robespierre had reached a critical level. Many political leaders feared that they might become his next targets. Tensions within the revolutionary government intensified. Eventually, a coalition of opponents acted. In July 1794, during events known as the Thermidorian Reaction, Robespierre was overthrown. His arrest was followed by his execution. The fall was dramatic. One of the most powerful men in France lost everything within days. His supporters suffered similar fates. Political networks associated with him suddenly became suspect. The consequences spread throughout the country. Individuals who had benefited from Jacobin influence found themselves under scrutiny. Napoleon was among them. His recent successes and political associations attracted attention. Questions arose regarding his loyalties. Investigations followed. At one point, he was arrested and briefly imprisoned. The experience was deeply unsettling. Only months earlier, he had been celebrated for helping save Toulon. Now, he faced uncertainty about his future. The arrest did not last long. Authorities eventually concluded that there was insufficient evidence to justify severe action. He was released. Yet the episode revealed how fragile success could be during the revolution. Military talent alone could not guarantee safety. Politics remained unpredictable. For Napoleon, the experience reinforced lessons he would remember throughout his life. One lesson concerned power. He observed how quickly fortunes could change. Individuals who seemed untouchable one week could lose everything the next. The instability left a lasting impression. Another lesson concerned caution. Although Napoleon never lost his ambition, he became increasingly aware of the dangers associated with tying one's fate too closely to particular political factions. This awareness would influence many of his future decisions. Following his release, Napoleon entered a difficult period. The momentum generated by Toulon slowed considerably. His career stalled. Assignments proved uncertain. Political circumstances limited opportunities. Financial difficulties returned. The contrast with his recent success was striking. One of the recurring themes throughout Napoleon's early life was adversity following achievement. Whenever progress seemed secure, new obstacles emerged. Yet adversity often strengthened rather than weakened him. The months after his arrest provided another example. Living in Paris, Napoleon experienced frustration and uncertainty. The city itself remained turbulent. Political debates continued dominating public life. Economic problems affected many residents. Inflation reduced purchasing power. Social tensions remained high. Paris was simultaneously the center of opportunity and a place of constant instability. Napoleon spent considerable time reflecting upon his future. He was now in his mid-20s. He had demonstrated military competence. He had experienced both advancement and setback. Yet he still lacked a clear path forward. At various moments, he even considered leaving military service altogether. Some evidence suggests that he explored alternative possibilities, including opportunities abroad. One proposal reportedly involved service in the Ottoman Empire. Whether such plans were serious or merely exploratory remains debated. What matters is that Napoleon faced genuine uncertainty. History often portrays successful individuals as moving confidently toward predetermined destinies. Reality is usually more complicated. At several points during his life, Napoleon's future could have unfolded very differently. The period following Thermidor was one of those moments. Had circumstances developed differently, the future Emperor of France might have disappeared into relative obscurity. Instead, events once again intervened. As 1795 progressed, France remained politically unstable. The revolutionary government struggled to establish lasting legitimacy. Many citizens were exhausted by years of upheaval. Monarchists hoped to restore the old order. Republicans sought to preserve revolutionary gains. Conflict between these groups intensified. By autumn, tensions reached a dangerous level. In October 1795, Royalist forces prepared an uprising against the government in Paris. Thousands of opponents of the Republic gathered. Their objective was clear. They intended to challenge revolutionary authority directly. The government faced a serious threat. If the uprising succeeded, the political future of France could change dramatically. Leaders needed someone capable of organizing the city's defense. At this critical moment, Napoleon received an opportunity. Paul Barras, an influential political figure familiar with Napoleon's earlier achievements, recognized his abilities. Barras entrusted him with a crucial responsibility: defend the government. The assignment carried enormous risks. Failure could destroy his career. Success could transform it. Napoleon accepted without hesitation. One characteristic repeatedly visible throughout his life was his willingness to embrace responsibility during moments of crisis. While others hesitated, he acted. Once given authority, he moved quickly. The uprising required decisive measures. Napoleon understood that delays could prove fatal. He focused immediately upon practical necessities. Most importantly, he secured artillery. Years of experience had taught him the value of artillery in determining outcomes. Guns provided firepower capable of breaking organized attacks. Without them, defending the government would become far more difficult. A young cavalry officer named Joachim Murat played an important role by helping obtain the necessary artillery pieces. The guns were positioned strategically. Preparations intensified. The confrontation approached. On October 5, 1795, the crisis reached its climax. Royalist forces advanced. The government depended upon Napoleon's ability to stop them. When the moment came, he acted decisively. Artillery opened fire. The effect was devastating. Grapeshot ammunition consisting of multiple metal projectiles tore through attacking formations. The assault collapsed. Government forces maintained control. The uprising failed. The engagement itself was relatively brief compared to many battles that would later define Napoleon's career. Yet its political significance was enormous. The Republic survived. The government remained in power. Most importantly for Napoleon, the victory transformed his reputation. Observers throughout France suddenly recognized his name. He was no longer merely the talented officer associated with Toulon. He had become the man who saved the government during a moment of crisis. The phrase "a whiff of grapeshot" later became associated with the event, symbolizing the decisive use of force that dispersed the uprising. Whether the expression perfectly captures what occurred is less important than what it represents. Napoleon had demonstrated a quality that political leaders valued greatly: effectiveness. When confronted with a dangerous situation, he delivered results. Results created opportunities. Almost immediately, his position improved. Promotions followed. Influence expanded. Powerful figures took notice. The young general who had spent months facing uncertainty suddenly found himself moving toward the center of national affairs. The transformation was extraordinary. Only a year earlier, he had been a promising but relatively obscure officer. Now, he was becoming one of the most important military figures in France. Yet perhaps the most significant change occurred within Napoleon himself. Success reinforced convictions that had been developing for years. He increasingly believed in his own abilities. He increasingly trusted his judgment. He increasingly saw himself as a man destined for major achievements. Such confidence could become dangerous if detached from reality. For the moment, however, it rested upon tangible accomplishments. He had succeeded at Toulon. He had survived political turmoil. He had saved the government during a critical uprising. Achievement after achievement strengthened his reputation. The future remained uncertain, but opportunities were multiplying. Meanwhile, revolutionary France continued searching for stability. The government established a new political system known as the Directory. Leaders hoped it would provide order after years of turmoil. Whether it could succeed remained unclear. Foreign wars continued. Economic problems persisted. Political divisions remained unresolved. The Republic still needed capable military commanders. Napoleon Bonaparte was rapidly emerging as one of the most capable available. Soon another opportunity would appear, and like Toulon or the uprising in Paris, this opportunity would place him in command of an entire army. It would take him beyond France's borders. It would bring victories that astonished Europe. It would make him famous throughout the continent. And it would introduce him to a woman whose influence upon his life would prove profound. Her name was Josephine. The next phase of Napoleon's rise was about to begin. The young general had survived revolution, terror, imprisonment, and political uncertainty. Now he was preparing to conquer far more than a battlefield. He was preparing to conquer Europe's imagination. Chapter 12, Josephine and the Army of Italy 1796. By the beginning of 1796, Napoleon Bonaparte was 26 years old. Only a few years earlier, he had been an obscure artillery officer struggling to establish himself within a revolutionary army. Now, he stood among the Republic's most promising generals. His victories at Toulon and his decisive role in suppressing the royalist uprising in Paris had transformed his reputation. Political leaders trusted his abilities. Military officials respected his intelligence. Newspapers increasingly mentioned his name. Yet despite these successes, Napoleon remained far from the peak of his power. In reality, his greatest achievements still lay ahead. The campaigns that would make him famous throughout Europe had not yet begun. The victories that would inspire admiration, fear, and fascination had not yet been won. History knew his name today. Most people living in 1796 did not. That was about to change. Before he marched into Italy, however, another important development occurred. Napoleon fell in love, or at least, he believed he had. The woman who entered his life at this critical moment was named Josephine de Beauharnais. Their relationship would become one of the most famous romances in European history. It would bring passion, happiness, disappointment, jealousy, and heartbreak. For many years, Josephine would occupy a central place in Napoleon's emotional world. Understanding her importance requires understanding who she was. Josephine was older than Napoleon. Born Marie-Joseph Rose Tacher de la Pagerie in the Caribbean colony of Martinique, she had experienced a life very different from his own. She came from a family connected to colonial society and had married a French aristocrat, Alexandre de Beauharnais. The marriage proved unhappy. Nevertheless, it produced two children, Eugene and Hortense. Then the revolution intervened. Like countless others, the Beauharnais family found itself caught in political turmoil. Alexandre was arrested during the Reign of Terror and eventually executed. Josephine herself was imprisoned and narrowly escaped a similar fate. Surviving such experiences left lasting marks. When Napoleon met her, she was a widow who had endured loss, uncertainty, and hardship. She was also charming, sophisticated, and socially connected. Where Napoleon could be intense and serious, Josephine often displayed grace and ease in social situations. Where he sometimes appeared awkward, she moved comfortably among influential circles. The contrast proved attractive. Napoleon became deeply infatuated. The speed and intensity of his feelings surprised even those around him. Throughout his life, Napoleon often approached personal relationships with the same passion he brought to military campaigns. He committed himself completely. He pursued objectives relentlessly. Love, for him, frequently became another arena in which emotions were experienced intensely. Josephine inspired exactly such devotion. He wrote affectionate letters. He sought her company. He imagined a shared future. Many observers questioned whether Josephine felt the same intensity. She clearly appreciated Napoleon and recognized his growing potential, but her emotions often appeared more measured than his own. Regardless, the relationship progressed rapidly. On March 9, 1796, Napoleon and Josephine were married in Paris. The ceremony itself was relatively modest. Few people viewing the event could have predicted its future significance. To contemporaries, it was simply a marriage between a rising general and a well-connected widow. History would transform it into something much larger. Remarkably, Napoleon had little time to enjoy married life. Only days after the wedding, he received one of the most important assignments of his career. The Directory appointed him commander of the Army of Italy. The decision surprised many observers. Some questioned whether a 26-year-old general possessed sufficient experience for such responsibility. Others suspected political influence played a role. Regardless of how the appointment occurred, Napoleon now held command of an entire army. The opportunity was extraordinary. So was the challenge. The Army of Italy was not considered France's premier military force. Compared with armies operating in Germany and along other major fronts, it often received less attention and fewer resources. Conditions were poor. Supplies were inadequate. Morale was low. Many soldiers lacked proper clothing. Food shortages were common. Pay was frequently delayed. The men were exhausted by hardship and neglect. When Napoleon arrived to assume command, he encountered an army that possessed courage but little confidence. Many soldiers doubted that meaningful success was possible. Years of difficulties had reduced expectations. The situation would have discouraged many commanders. Napoleon reacted differently. Where others saw weakness, he saw potential. One of his greatest gifts was the ability to inspire belief. He understood that armies fought not only with weapons but with morale. Soldiers who believed victory was possible often performed differently from those who expected defeat. Napoleon therefore addressed his troops directly. His words became famous. He acknowledged their hardships. He did not pretend conditions were acceptable. Instead, he promised change. He promised opportunity. He promised victory. According to one of his most celebrated proclamations, he reminded the soldiers that they were poorly fed and poorly clothed, but he also promised that rich provinces lay ahead. Success would bring rewards. Glory awaited those willing to seize it. The speech reflected an important aspect of Napoleon's leadership. He understood human motivation. He knew that people responded to hope. He knew that shared purpose could transform collective effort. His soldiers listened. Many remained skeptical. Promises were easy. Results were difficult. Soon, however, they would discover that their new commander intended to deliver results. The strategic situation in northern Italy appeared unfavorable. French forces faced armies belonging primarily to Austria and the Kingdom of Sardinia-Piedmont. Together, these opponents outnumbered Napoleon's troops. Conventional wisdom suggested caution. Many commanders would have adopted a defensive posture. Napoleon preferred something else: speed. Throughout history, military success often depends upon concentration of force. An army that defeats enemies separately can overcome opponents who might prove overwhelming if united. Napoleon recognized this principle clearly. Rather than confronting all enemy forces simultaneously, he intended to divide them. He would strike rapidly. He would move unexpectedly. He would prevent his opponents from coordinating effectively. The plan required confidence and precision. Failure could be disastrous. Success could transform the campaign. In April 1796, operations began. The opening phase of the Italian campaign revealed qualities that would soon make Napoleon famous. His energy seemed limitless. He traveled constantly. He issued detailed instructions. He monitored developments closely. Most importantly, he acted quickly. Many 18th-century armies moved slowly and cautiously. Napoleon sought momentum. He wanted opponents reacting to him rather than the reverse. The first major clash occurred near Montenotte. Although not among the largest battles in military history, it proved strategically important. Napoleon identified a vulnerable point between enemy forces and concentrated his troops against it. The attack succeeded. French soldiers overwhelmed isolated opponents. The victory disrupted enemy coordination and created opportunities for further advances. The significance extended beyond immediate tactical results. Montenotte demonstrated that Napoleon's methods could work. The Army of Italy, previously viewed as neglected and ineffective, had achieved success. Confidence began growing. The soldiers who had doubted their commander started reconsidering their opinions. Momentum mattered. Victories create belief. Belief encourages further victories. Napoleon understood this relationship instinctively. He pushed forward. Shortly after Montenotte came Millesimo. Again, French forces sought to exploit enemy weaknesses before opposing armies could unite effectively. The fighting was intense. Resistance remained determined. Yet Napoleon's emphasis on speed and concentration continued producing results. Another victory followed. Then came Dego. The battle revealed both strengths and challenges associated with Napoleon's approach. Initial French success appeared decisive. However, enemy forces launched unexpected counterattacks, creating confusion and danger. For a time, the situation became uncertain. Napoleon responded aggressively. He reorganized his troops. He restored momentum. Eventually, French forces regained control and secured another victory. The pattern was becoming clear. Napoleon's army moved faster than opponents expected. It attacked where enemies were vulnerable. It maintained pressure relentlessly. Most importantly, it won. To modern observers familiar with Napoleon's later achievements, these victories may seem inevitable. They were not. Every battle involved risk. Every decision carried consequences. At Montenotte, Molissimo, and Dego, success resulted from planning, leadership, and execution rather than destiny. The soldiers recognized this. Their confidence in Napoleon increased dramatically. The transformation of the Army of Italy accelerated. Only weeks earlier, morale had been low. Now excitement spread throughout the ranks. Soldiers who had expected stagnation suddenly experienced victory after victory. They began believing in themselves. They began believing in their commander. A powerful bond started forming. Throughout his career, Napoleon often inspired remarkable loyalty among soldiers. Part of that loyalty emerged because they witnessed tangible results. He led them to victories. He improved their circumstances. He gave them reasons to believe. The Italian campaign marked the beginning of that relationship. Meanwhile, news traveled beyond the battlefield. Reports reached Paris. Political leaders followed developments with growing interest. The victories attracted attention. The young general was succeeding where many expected only limited results. Observers throughout France began noticing his name more frequently. The transformation from promising officer to national figure had begun. Napoleon himself sensed the change. Success strengthened his confidence. Each victory reinforced his belief in his own abilities. Yet he remained intensely focused. The campaign was far from finished. Austria remained a powerful enemy. Major battles still awaited. The future remained uncertain. For the moment, however, one fact had become undeniable. A new military star was rising. Europe had not yet fully noticed. Soon it would. The mountains and valleys of northern Italy were becoming the stage upon which Napoleon Bonaparte introduced himself to the world, and the world was beginning to pay attention. Chapter 13, The Lightning Campaign, Lodi, Castiglione, Arcole, and the Birth of a Legend 1796 to 1797. By the spring of 1796, the Army of Italy was no longer the neglected force Napoleon Bonaparte had inherited only weeks earlier. A remarkable transformation was underway. The soldiers who had once complained about hunger, poor equipment, and lack of direction now marched with growing confidence. Success had changed their outlook. Victory had altered their expectations. Most importantly, they had begun to trust their commander. Napoleon had promised them glory. So far, he was delivering. Yet the victories at Montenotte, Molissimo, and Dego represented only the opening phase of a much larger campaign. Ahead stood stronger enemies, larger battles, and greater opportunities. Napoleon intended to seize them all. The Austrian Empire remained France's principal opponent in northern Italy. Although recent defeats had disrupted Austrian plans, their military power remained formidable. Experienced commanders led disciplined armies backed by one of Europe's oldest and most influential monarchies. Defeating such an opponent would require more than enthusiasm. It would require skill. It would require speed. Above all, it would require audacity. Napoleon possessed all three. One of his greatest strengths as a commander was his understanding of momentum. Many generals treated victories as opportunities to rest and consolidate. Napoleon viewed victories as opportunities to attack again. He believed a defeated enemy should never be given time to recover. The concept seemed simple. In practice, it demanded extraordinary energy. Armies had to move quickly. Supplies had to keep pace. Commanders had to make decisions rapidly. Mistakes could be disastrous. Napoleon accepted those risks because he believed the rewards justified them. Again and again throughout the Italian campaign, he pressed forward while opponents struggled to react. His enemies often found themselves fighting not only French soldiers but also time itself. The next major objective was Milan, one of the most important cities in northern Italy. To reach it, French forces needed to continue advancing against Austrian resistance. This advance would lead to one of the most famous battles of Napoleon's early career, the Battle of Lodi. Although historians continue debating its precise military significance, its psychological importance cannot be overstated. Lodi changed Napoleon, and perhaps more importantly, it changed how others viewed him. The battle occurred on May 10, 1796. Austrian forces retreated across the Oder River and positioned themselves near the town of Lodi. The river formed a natural defensive barrier. A long bridge connected the opposing sides. The situation appeared difficult. Enemy artillery covered the bridge. Any frontal assault would expose attacking troops to devastating fire. Many commanders would have hesitated. Napoleon examined the battlefield carefully. As always, he sought opportunities hidden within apparent obstacles. His plan involved aggressive action. French artillery would bombard Austrian positions while infantry prepared to cross the bridge. The idea was dangerous. Soldiers advancing across a narrow bridge under artillery fire faced enormous risks. Casualties would likely be severe. Yet Napoleon believed speed and determination could overcome the defenders. The attack began. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Cannon fire shook the air. Smoke obscured visibility. Men advanced under relentless enemy bombardment. Some fell immediately. Others pressed forward. The bridge became a place of courage, confusion, and sacrifice. Napoleon personally moved among the troops, encouraging them and helping organize the assault. Whether he was as physically close to the fighting as later legends claimed remains debated by historians. What matters is that soldiers believed he shared their danger. Perception matters in leadership. When troops think their commander accepts risks alongside them, loyalty often deepens. Eventually, French forces succeeded in crossing. The Austrian position became untenable. The defenders withdrew. The battle ended in French victory. Militarily, the engagement did not destroy the Austrian army. Strategically, however, it reinforced French momentum. Psychologically, its impact was even greater. For Napoleon, Lodi became a defining memory. Years later, he would reflect upon the battle and describe it as a moment when he first began believing that he might be destined for extraordinary achievements. Before Lodi, he had considered himself a capable officer. After Lodi, he began imagining something more. The distinction is important. Ambition had always existed within him, but ambition and destiny are different concepts. At Lodi, Napoleon experienced a growing conviction that history might hold a special place for him. Whether this belief emerged immediately or developed gradually through later reflection is impossible to know with certainty. What is clear is that Lodi occupied a special place in his memory. It represented more than a battlefield victory. It represented a psychological turning point. Soon afterward, French forces entered Milan. The city's capture marked a major success. Milan was wealthy, influential, and strategically important. Its occupation demonstrated the effectiveness of Napoleon's campaign and increased French influence throughout the region. The arrival of French troops created mixed reactions. Some residents welcomed them, hoping for political reforms and relief from Austrian control. Others viewed them with suspicion or hostility. Napoleon quickly learned an important lesson. Winning battles and governing territories required different skills. Military victory could seize a city. Maintaining stability afterward demanded administration, diplomacy, and political judgment. The challenge fascinated him. Throughout the campaign, he increasingly involved himself not only in military affairs but also in governance. He negotiated agreements. He managed resources. He influenced political developments. The experience expanded his understanding of power. A commander could shape events far beyond the battlefield. Meanwhile, news of his victory spread across Europe. Governments monitored developments with growing concern. Military professionals studied reports from Italy. Journalists wrote about the young general whose rapid movements and unexpected successes seemed to defy conventional expectations. Fame arrived gradually but unmistakably. Napoleon was becoming a public figure. The process would accelerate dramatically over the following months. Austria, however, had no intention of surrendering. Additional armies moved into Italy. Fresh commanders sought to reverse French gains. The campaign entered a new phase. Instead of pursuing a retreating enemy, Napoleon now faced repeated attempts to break French control. The struggle intensified. One of the most important confrontations occurred near Castiglione in August 1796. The battle developed amid a complex strategic situation. Austrian forces advanced from multiple directions, hoping to overwhelm French positions. The plan possessed considerable merit. Napoleon's army was stretched across a broad area. Enemy numerical superiority created serious dangers. Many commanders facing such circumstances might have retreated. Napoleon chose a different approach. He concentrated his forces rapidly and struck isolated enemy elements before they could coordinate effectively. The principle was simple but powerful. Defeat opponents separately before they can unite. The execution required extraordinary speed and precision. At Castiglione, Napoleon demonstrated his growing mastery of operational warfare. He moved troops quickly. He exploited opportunities aggressively. He maintained initiative. The battle ended in another French victory. Austria's efforts to regain momentum failed. The campaign continued. With each success, Napoleon's reputation grew. His soldiers increasingly viewed him as invincible. His enemies began respecting his abilities. Political leaders in Paris recognized that one of their generals was achieving results unmatched elsewhere. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the campaign was its relentless pace. Napoleon rarely allowed opponents time to recover. Whenever Austrian forces regrouped, he sought ways to disrupt them. Whenever they advanced, he searched for weaknesses. The pressure remained constant. The effect was exhausting for everyone involved. Armies marched repeatedly. Battles followed one another in rapid succession. Physical endurance became almost as important as tactical skill. Then came Arcole. If Lodi contributed to Napoleon's emerging legend, Arcole helped solidify it. The battle occurred in November 1796 amid difficult terrain dominated by marshes, canals, and narrow causeways. The environment complicated movement and communication. Traditional battlefield maneuvers became difficult. Confusion was inevitable. The fighting lasted several days. Again and again, French forces attempted to break Austrian resistance. Again and again, progress proved difficult. The struggle became one of determination as much as strategy. One image from Arcole would become famous throughout Europe. According to popular accounts, Napoleon seized a flag and personally advanced toward the enemy across a bridge, attempting to inspire his troops. The exact details remain debated. Historical legends often blend fact and embellishment. Nevertheless, the story reflected a broader truth. Napoleon consistently projected courage. He understood the symbolic power of leadership. Whether directing operations from headquarters or appearing near the front lines, he cultivated an image of confidence and commitment. At Arcole, persistence eventually produced success. Austrian resistance weakened. French forces gained the advantage. Another victory followed. The campaign continued, yet Austria remained determined. One final major effort would decide the fate of northern Italy. That effort culminated at Rivoli in January 1797. Many historians regard Rivoli as one of Napoleon's greatest achievements during the Italian campaign. The battle revealed the full maturation of his abilities as a commander. Austrian leaders launched a complex offensive intended to overwhelm French positions through coordinated attacks. The plan possessed significant potential. If successful, it could reverse months of French gains. Napoleon responded with extraordinary skill. Analyzing the battlefield, he identified the critical points where enemy attacks posed the greatest danger. He concentrated forces accordingly. He moved units rapidly between threatened sectors. He anticipated enemy intentions and adapted continuously. The result was a masterpiece of battlefield management. French forces defeated repeated Austrian assaults. The attackers suffered severe losses. By the battle's conclusion, Austrian hopes of recovering northern Italy had effectively collapsed. Rivoli represented more than another victory. It marked the culmination of a campaign that had transformed European perceptions. Napoleon was no longer merely a successful general. He had become a phenomenon. Military observers struggled to explain the consistency of his achievements. Politicians paid attention. Citizens discussed his victories. Newspapers celebrated his successes. The young commander from Corsica had become one of the most famous men in France. His soldiers adored him. Part of that admiration stemmed from practical realities. Under Napoleon, they won battles. Victories brought rewards. Success improved morale. Yet admiration also emerged from something less tangible. He gave them a sense of purpose. He convinced them they were participating in extraordinary events. Human beings often seek meaning in their efforts. Napoleon supplied that meaning. As 1797 progressed, Austrian resistance continued weakening. French successes forced negotiations. The campaign that had begun with a poorly supplied army and uncertain expectations ended with France dominant across much of northern Italy. The achievement astonished Europe. Many governments had underestimated Napoleon. They would not make that mistake again. The campaign also changed Napoleon himself. Months of continuous success reinforced his self-confidence to unprecedented levels. He increasingly believed in his own judgment. He increasingly trusted his instincts. Most importantly, he increasingly saw himself as a man destined for greatness. The belief would shape every subsequent chapter of his life. Destiny is a powerful idea. For some individuals, it inspires achievement. For others, it encourages dangerous overconfidence. In Napoleon's case, it would eventually produce both. For now, however, the results were undeniable. The Italian campaign had elevated him from promising general to international celebrity. Kings knew his name. Governments monitored his movements. Armies studied his methods. The balance of power in Europe had shifted, and at the center of that shift stood a 27-year-old French general from Corsica. His rise was no longer a possibility. It was a reality. Yet even greater ambitions were already forming in his mind. Italy had brought him fame. Soon he would seek something larger. A campaign unlike any Europe had seen. A journey beyond the continent itself. A gamble that would carry him to the deserts of Egypt and the shadow of the ancient pyramids. The next chapter of his extraordinary story was about to begin. Chapter 14: Master of Italy and the Road to Egypt 1797–1798. By the beginning of 1797, Napoleon Bonaparte had accomplished what few military commanders in history achieved during an entire lifetime. He was not yet 30 years old. Only a few years earlier, he had been an ambitious but relatively unknown officer struggling to establish himself within a revolutionary army. Now, he stood at the center of one of the most remarkable military campaigns of the age. The Italian campaign had transformed him. It had transformed France. It had transformed the political calculations of Europe. Perhaps most importantly, it had transformed the way Napoleon saw himself. The victories at Montenotte, Lodi, Castiglione, Arcole, and Rivoli had not been isolated successes. Together, they formed a coherent demonstration of military brilliance. Again and again, Napoleon had defeated larger or better positioned opponents through speed, concentration, deception, and audacity. European governments watched with growing concern. Military professionals studied his methods. Political leaders debated how to respond. The young general who had once struggled for recognition was now impossible to ignore. Yet Napoleon was no longer satisfied merely with winning battles. The Italian campaign had awakened something larger within him. He increasingly viewed himself not simply as a military commander but as a figure capable of shaping history itself. This ambition would soon carry him beyond the traditional boundaries of military leadership. It would carry him into diplomacy, politics, and grand strategy. The first signs of this transformation appeared during the final stages of the war against Austria. Although French victories had been impressive, the conflict was not yet fully resolved. Austrian forces remained active, and the Habsburg monarchy still possessed considerable resources. Napoleon, however, intended to end the struggle decisively. Instead of remaining satisfied with control over northern Italy, he advanced deeper into Austrian territory. The move reflected his characteristic aggressiveness. Many commanders would have consolidated gains. Napoleon sought to increase pressure. His forces pushed forward toward the heart of the Austrian Empire. The psychological impact was enormous. For centuries, the Habsburg monarchy had been one of Europe's dominant powers. Now French armies, led by a young revolutionary general, threatened regions previously considered secure. Austrian leaders recognized the danger. Continued resistance carried increasing risks. Negotiations became more attractive. Eventually, discussions between France and Austria produced a settlement. The result was the Treaty of Campo Formio, signed in October 1797. The agreement represented a major diplomatic victory for France. It confirmed many of the territorial gains achieved through military success. Austria recognized French influence in key regions. Political boundaries were redrawn. The treaty reshaped parts of Europe. What made the agreement particularly significant was Napoleon's role in creating it. Traditionally, diplomacy belonged primarily to governments and professional diplomats. Military commanders fought battles. Political leaders negotiated treaties. Napoleon increasingly blurred those distinctions. He participated actively in negotiations. He influenced outcomes directly. He behaved not merely as a general carrying out instructions, but as a statesman helping determine policy. The experience revealed another dimension of his abilities. He possessed remarkable political instincts. He understood power. He understood leverage. He understood how military success could be translated into political advantage. These skills would become increasingly important in the years ahead. The treaty also highlighted a growing reality that worried some leaders in Paris. Napoleon was becoming extraordinarily independent. Officially, he remained a servant of the French Republic. In practice, his fame and success gave him unusual freedom. Distance contributed to this situation. Operating in Italy, far from the political center of France, Napoleon often made decisions without waiting for approval from the Directory. Sometimes he informed the government afterward. Sometimes he acted first and explained later. His victories made criticism difficult. As long as he continued succeeding, political leaders hesitated to challenge him aggressively. Yet some began noticing a potentially troubling pattern. Napoleon increasingly behaved like a man who expected to shape events rather than merely obey instructions. The distinction mattered. Many generals win battles. For a few began imagining themselves as architects of national destiny. Napoleon was moving steadily toward the second category. Meanwhile, his fame expanded across Europe. Newspapers reported his victories regularly. Artists created portraits. Writers discussed his achievements. Ordinary citizens who knew little about military affairs nevertheless recognized his name. The phenomenon was unusual. Before the age of mass media, relatively few individuals achieved continent-wide celebrity. Napoleon was becoming one of them. His image fascinated people. He was young. He was successful. He had risen rapidly despite modest circumstances. His story embodied themes of ambition, merit, and opportunity that resonated strongly during the Revolutionary era. Supporters celebrated him. Critics feared him. Almost everyone discussed him. The attention affected Napoleon profoundly. Although he remained hardworking and disciplined, success reinforced his growing confidence. Increasingly, he saw himself as destined for extraordinary accomplishments. The idea that he might one day govern France no longer seemed impossible. Such ambitions remained largely private. For the moment, he continued serving the Republic. Yet the seeds of future developments were already present. The question was what challenge he would pursue next. One possibility involved invading Britain. Britain remained France's most persistent enemy. Defeating it would dramatically alter the balance of power in Europe. Yet practical obstacles were enormous. The British Royal Navy dominated the seas. A direct invasion carried serious risks. Military planners recognized the difficulties. Napoleon studied the problem carefully. The more he considered it, the less attractive a direct assault appeared. He reached an important conclusion. If Britain could not easily be defeated at home, perhaps it could be weakened elsewhere. This reasoning contributed to one of the most ambitious decisions of his career, the Egyptian expedition. To modern readers, the choice may seem surprising. Why Egypt? Why send a French army thousands of miles from Europe into the Middle East? Napoleon's thinking combined strategic, economic, political, and personal factors. Strategically, Egypt occupied a valuable position. Control of the region could threaten British trade routes to India, one of the most important parts of the British Empire. Disrupting those connections might weaken Britain indirectly. Economically, Egypt offered potential opportunities for trade and influence. Politically, the expedition provided a major undertaking that could enhance French prestige. For Napoleon personally, the project offered something else: adventure. Glory. A chance to emulate the great conquerors he had admired since childhood. Throughout his youth, he had studied Alexander the Great. Alexander had marched eastward into unfamiliar lands, building an empire that astonished the ancient world. The parallels were impossible to ignore. Egypt appealed not only to Napoleon's strategic mind but also to his imagination. The land possessed immense historical significance. It was home to ancient civilizations, monumental architecture, and legendary rulers. The very name evoked images of mystery and grandeur. Napoleon found the prospect irresistible. Back in France, the Director reviewed the proposal favorably. Several political leaders appreciated the strategic possibilities. Others recognized a different advantage. Sending Napoleon far from Paris reduced his immediate political influence. His popularity had become immense. Some officials worried about what might happen if such a successful general remained too close to domestic politics. An expedition to Egypt solved multiple problems simultaneously. Preparations began. The undertaking was enormous. Transporting an army across the Mediterranean required extensive planning. Ships had to be assembled. Supplies had to be gathered. Troops had to be organized. Thousands of soldiers participated. Engineers, administrators, and specialists joined them. One particularly unusual aspect of the expedition reflected Napoleon's intellectual interests. He insisted on bringing scholars, scientists, artists, and researchers. The decision was remarkable. Most military campaigns focused exclusively upon warfare. Napoleon envisioned something broader. He wanted the expedition to produce knowledge as well as conquest. Experts in mathematics, engineering, natural science, archaeology, linguistics, and other fields accompanied the army. Their work would eventually contribute significantly to European understanding of Egypt. The inclusion of scholars revealed an important aspect of Napoleon's character. Despite his reputation as a soldier, he possessed genuine intellectual curiosity. He respected learning. He valued science. He believed knowledge could enhance power and progress. The Egyptian expedition reflected these beliefs. As preparations continued, Napoleon's personal life remained complicated. His marriage to Josephine had entered a difficult phase. The intensity of his early devotion persisted, but tensions had begun emerging. Long separations strained the relationship. Rumors circulated. Trust became complicated. Yet Napoleon still cared deeply for her. Leaving for Egypt meant another prolonged absence. Before departure, he spent time with Josephine, though not always harmoniously. Their marriage contained affection, but it also contained misunderstandings and disappointments. These emotional complexities would continue shaping their relationship for years. Finally, the moment arrived. In May 1798, the expedition departed. The fleet assembled. Thousands of soldiers boarded ships. Supplies were loaded. Orders were issued. The scale of the operation impressed contemporaries. It represented one of the most ambitious undertakings of the Revolutionary era. As the ships left French shores, Napoleon stood at the center of a vast enterprise. He was 28 years old. Already he had achieved more than most people accomplish in a lifetime. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Italy had brought him fame. Egypt promised something larger. Perhaps empire. Perhaps immortality. Perhaps a place alongside the historical figures he had admired since childhood. As the Mediterranean stretched before him, Napoleon contemplated the future. The voyage carried uncertainty. Enemies awaited. Challenges remained unknown. Success was far from guaranteed. Yet uncertainty rarely discouraged him. Indeed, uncertainty often attracted him. The greater the challenge, the greater the potential reward. Ahead lay deserts, ancient monuments, foreign cultures, and military dangers. Ahead lay victories and disasters. Ahead lay triumph and frustration. The Egyptian expedition would become one of the most fascinating episodes of Napoleon's life. It would reveal both his brilliance and his limitations. It would expand his reputation while simultaneously exposing vulnerabilities. Most importantly, it would bring him one step closer to power. For while Napoleon sailed toward Egypt, events in France continued unfolding. The Directory grew weaker. Political instability persisted. The Republic still searched for lasting leadership. Soon, circumstances would create an opportunity unlike any Napoleon had encountered before. But first, he would journey into the land of the pharaohs. And there, beneath the shadow of the pyramids, he would attempt to carve his name into history once again. Chapter 15: Egypt, the Pyramids, and the Clash of Empires 1798-1799. As the French fleet sailed away from Europe in the spring of 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte embarked upon one of the most ambitious and unusual expeditions of his career. The campaign differed fundamentally from the wars he had fought in Italy. There, he had confronted familiar European armies across landscapes shaped by centuries of political rivalry. The cities, languages, institutions, and military traditions of northern Italy existed within a world he understood. Egypt was different. Egypt represented another civilization. It represented another history. It represented another world. For centuries, Europeans had viewed Egypt with fascination. Ancient ruins, mysterious monuments, and stories of powerful pharaohs captured imaginations across the continent. Scholars studied what little they knew about its past. Travelers returned with tales that mixed observation with legend. Napoleon shared this fascination, and like many military commanders, he was not interested solely in conquest. He was genuinely curious about history, science, culture, and geography. The expedition reflected these interests. Alongside soldiers sailed mathematicians, engineers, astronomers, architects, artists, linguists, botanists, and scholars of many kinds. Together, they formed one of the most extraordinary groups ever attached to a military campaign. Napoleon intended not merely to conquer Egypt. He intended to study it, to understand it, perhaps even to transform it. As the fleet crossed the Mediterranean, secrecy remained essential. Britain's navy posed a constant threat. The Royal Navy, under capable commanders, dominated many sea routes. If British forces discovered the expedition's destination too early, they might intercept it. Among the officers searching for Napoleon was one of Britain's most talented naval commanders, Horatio Nelson. Although not yet at the height of his fame, Nelson had already established a reputation for courage and aggressive leadership. He understood the importance of locating the French fleet. Destroying it could alter the course of the war. The hunt became a contest of uncertainty. Across the vast Mediterranean, fleets maneuvered while attempting to determine one another's positions. At several moments, the two forces came remarkably close without making contact. Had circumstances been slightly different, history might have changed dramatically. For the time being, however, fortune favored Napoleon. The French fleet remained undiscovered. The expedition continued. Before reaching Egypt, Napoleon made an unexpected stop. The target was Malta. Located strategically in the Mediterranean, Malta occupied an important position along maritime routes connecting Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. For centuries, the island had been controlled by the Knights of St. John, a religious and military order with a long and distinguished history. Yet by 1798, the organization lacked the strength it once possessed. Napoleon recognized an opportunity. French forces arrived. Resistance proved limited. Within a short period, Malta fell under French control. The conquest provided supplies, resources, and a valuable strategic position. It also demonstrated Napoleon's willingness to act decisively whenever opportunities emerged. He rarely allowed useful advantages to pass unexploited. After securing Malta, the expedition resumed its journey. Days later, the coast of Egypt appeared on the horizon. For many participants, the sight carried immense emotional significance. They had traveled far from home. Ahead lay unfamiliar landscapes and uncertain challenges. The adventure was becoming reality. French troops landed near Alexandria in July 1798. The city possessed a rich history stretching back more than 2,000 years to the era of Alexander the Great. Napoleon appreciated the symbolism. Alexander remained one of his greatest historical heroes. Now he found himself walking through a city founded by the very man whose achievements he had admired since youth. The connection was impossible to ignore. The landing itself proceeded successfully, but conditions quickly revealed themselves to be difficult. The Egyptian climate differed dramatically from what most French soldiers had experienced. The heat was intense. Water often proved scarce. Long marches across desert terrain tested endurance. Many troops struggled to adapt. The environment itself became an adversary. Napoleon understood that speed remained essential. The expedition's success depended upon securing control before opponents could organize effective resistance. At the time, Egypt existed nominally within the Ottoman Empire. In practice, however, significant power rested with the Mamluks, a military elite that dominated much of Egyptian political life. The Mamluks possessed a long and complex history. Renowned for their horsemanship and martial traditions, they had governed Egypt for centuries before becoming subjects of Ottoman authority. Although brave and experienced, they relied heavily upon military methods that increasingly struggled against modern European armies. Napoleon soon found himself preparing to confront them. The decisive encounter approached. As French forces advanced inland toward Cairo, they observed one of humanity's most famous landmarks, the pyramids. For thousands of years, these monumental structures had dominated the Egyptian landscape. Empires rose and fell. Dynasties appeared and disappeared. Conquerors arrived and departed. Yet the pyramids endured. To the French soldiers, they represented something almost unimaginable, ancient even by ancient standards. Silent witnesses to millennia of human history, Napoleon understood their symbolic power. Before the coming battle, he reportedly addressed his troops with words that would become famous. Soldiers, from the heights of these pyramids, 40 centuries look down upon you. Whether every detail of the statement survives exactly as spoken matters less than its meaning. Napoleon consistently connected military action to larger historical narratives. He wanted his soldiers to feel that they participated in events of lasting significance. He wanted them to see themselves as actors on the stage of history. The approach proved effective. The army's morale strengthened. Soon, words would give way to action. The Battle of the Pyramids took place on July 21, 1798. Despite its famous name, the fighting occurred several miles from the pyramids themselves. Nevertheless, the monuments remain visible in the distance, lending the encounter an unforgettable atmosphere. The battle revealed the contrast between traditional cavalry warfare and modern military organization. Mamluk forces possessed tremendous courage. Their horsemen charged with remarkable determination and skill. Individually, many were formidable warriors. Napoleon, however, relied upon discipline and coordination. French infantry formed large defensive squares, a formation specifically designed to resist cavalry attacks. Artillery supported these positions. The result proved devastating for the attackers. Repeated charges failed to break French lines. Firepower and organization overwhelmed individual bravery. Gradually, resistance collapsed. The French secured a decisive victory. The road to Cairo lay open. For Napoleon, the battle represented another impressive achievement. For Egypt, it marked the beginning of a new chapter. French forces entered Cairo soon afterward. The city astonished many Europeans. As one of the largest urban centers in the region, Cairo possessed vibrant markets, religious institutions, intellectual traditions, and cultural practices unfamiliar to most French soldiers. Napoleon attempted to present himself not as a destroyer, but as a reformer. He issued proclamations emphasizing respect for local customs and religious beliefs. He sought cooperation rather than a necessary confrontation. The effort reflected both practical necessity and genuine curiosity. Napoleon wanted stability. He also wanted understanding. The scholars accompanying the expedition played an increasingly important role. While soldiers secured territory, scientists and researchers began studying Egypt systematically. They examined monuments. They mapped landscapes. They recorded observations. They collected information across numerous disciplines. Their work would have lasting consequences. Among the discoveries associated with the expedition was the artifact later known as the Rosetta Stone. Although its significance would only become fully apparent later, the stone eventually enabled scholars to decipher ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. The achievement transformed understanding of one of history's greatest civilizations. Ironically, one of the most enduring legacies of Napoleon's Egyptian adventure would emerge not from military victories but from scholarship. Yet while intellectual achievements accumulated, danger approached. Far out at sea, Nelson continued searching. The British commander remained determined. Eventually, he found what he sought. The French fleet lay anchored in Abu Qir Bay near the Egyptian coast. Its position appeared relatively secure. Many officers believed the ships adequately protected. Nelson disagreed. On August 1, 1798, he launched one of the most famous naval attacks in history. The resulting Battle of the Nile transformed the strategic situation completely. British ships attacked aggressively. The fighting continued into the night. Cannons thundered across the water. Explosions illuminated the darkness. Sailors fought desperately amid smoke, fire, and chaos. One of the most dramatic moments occurred when the French flagship, Lorient, exploded catastrophically. The blast shocked participants on both sides. Debris scattered across the bay. For a brief period, the battle itself seemed to pause as sailors stared in disbelief. When the fighting ended, the outcome was clear. The British had achieved a decisive victory. Most of the French fleet had been destroyed or captured. Nelson's triumph ranked among the greatest naval victories of the era. The consequences extended far beyond the immediate losses. Napoleon's army remained undefeated on land, yet its connection to France had been severed. The Mediterranean now belonged largely to the British Navy. Reinforcements became difficult, supplies became uncertain, communication slowed dramatically. Napoleon found himself in a challenging position. He had conquered Egypt, but he was trapped there. The realization changed everything. Before the battle, the Egyptian expedition appeared potentially transformative. Afterward, its future became uncertain. The army remained powerful. Its commander remained ambitious. Yet strategic realities could not be ignored. Without naval support, long-term success became far more difficult. News of the disaster spread slowly. When Napoleon learned the full extent of the defeat, he reacted with characteristic determination. He could not reverse what had happened. Dwelling upon misfortune served little purpose. Instead, he focused upon available options. This response reflected one of his most important qualities. Throughout his life, Napoleon rarely allowed setbacks to paralyze him. He acknowledged problems. Then he sought solutions. The destruction of the fleet represented a serious blow. It did not end the campaign, at least not yet. As 1798 progressed toward 1799, Napoleon remained in Egypt, surrounded by opportunities and dangers. He governed territory. He directed military operations. He supported scientific research. He contemplated future possibilities. Yet beyond Egypt, Europe continued changing. New coalitions formed. Wars expanded. Political instability persisted within France itself. The Directory faced growing challenges. The Republic remained uncertain. Soon, messages from Europe would reach Napoleon. The news would be troubling, and it would force one of the most consequential decisions of his life. For now, however, he stood beneath the Egyptian sky, victorious on land but isolated from home. The conqueror of Italy had crossed continents seeking glory. Instead, he found himself stranded in a foreign land, surrounded by ancient wonders and modern dangers. The next chapter would determine whether Egypt became a stepping stone to even greater achievements or a magnificent failure that ended his rise forever. Chapter 16: Desert Wars, the Syrian Campaign, and the Return to France 1798–1799. The destruction of the French fleet at the Battle of the Nile changed everything. When Admiral Horatio Nelson's ships shattered the French naval force in Aboukir Bay, Napoleon Bonaparte did not lose his army. He lost his bridge to Europe. The Mediterranean, once the route that had carried him triumphantly to Egypt, had become a barrier. British naval supremacy meant that communication with France would be slow, unreliable, and dangerous. Reinforcements would be difficult to obtain. Supplies would become increasingly scarce. For many commanders, such a disaster would have ended the campaign. Napoleon refused to think that way. One of the defining characteristics of his leadership was his ability to separate problems into two categories. The first category contained problems that could still be solved. The second contained problems that could not. The fleet was gone. No amount of regret could restore it. Instead of dwelling on the disaster, Napoleon concentrated on the army that remained under his command. Nearly 40,000 soldiers still stood with him. They possessed discipline, organization, artillery, and confidence in their commander. As long as that force remained intact, the expedition was still alive. Napoleon immediately turned his attention toward governing Egypt. Conquering territory and governing it were very different challenges. Military victories could remove existing rulers. They could not automatically create political stability. Napoleon understood this better than many military leaders of his era. Rather than ruling solely through force, he attempted to establish an administration that combined French authority with respect for local customs. He created administrative councils composed partly of Egyptian notables. He ordered officials to study taxation, agriculture, irrigation, and trade. Engineers examined canals and roads. Scientists catalogued plants, animals, and archaeological sites. Printers established Arabic-language publications explaining French policies. Napoleon hoped that effective government would reduce resistance. His approach reflected both pragmatism and ambition. He wanted Egypt to become more than a military conquest. He imagined it becoming a model of enlightened administration under French influence. Yet governing a foreign land proved far more difficult than designing plans for it. Many Egyptians viewed the French not as reformers, but as occupiers. Religious leaders questioned French intentions. Merchants worried about economic disruption. Ordinary citizens struggled to understand the newcomers whose language, customs, and beliefs differed so greatly from their own. Tension gradually increased. Eventually, it erupted. In October 1798, Cairo rose in rebellion. The uprising spread rapidly through parts of the city. Crowds attacked isolated French soldiers. Barricades appeared in narrow streets. Religious buildings became centers of resistance. The revolt shocked Napoleon. He had hoped his administrative policies would reduce hostility. Instead, he confronted the reality that foreign occupation often generates resentment regardless of the occupier's intentions. The French response was swift and severe. Troops entered rebellious districts. Street fighting followed. Artillery was used against fortified positions. After intense combat, French forces regained control. The uprising was crushed. Victory restored order, but it came at a cost. Many Egyptians now regarded French rule with even greater suspicion. Napoleon recognized that military superiority alone could not guarantee political legitimacy. The lesson would remain relevant throughout his career. Despite these internal difficulties, another danger demanded attention. The Ottoman Empire had declared war on France. Encouraged by Britain's naval victory, Ottoman leaders prepared military expeditions intended to expel the French from Egypt. One army assembled in Syria. Another prepared to approach Egypt by sea. Napoleon concluded that waiting defensively would allow his enemies to choose the time and place of battle. As he had done repeatedly in Italy, he decided to seize the initiative. His solution was bold. Instead of remaining in Egypt, he would march north into Ottoman Syria. The objective was ambitious. By defeating Ottoman forces before they could invade Egypt, he hoped to secure the expedition and perhaps open possibilities for further advances toward the eastern Mediterranean. Some even speculated that Napoleon dreamed of continuing toward Constantinople or perhaps beyond. Whether such grand ambitions were realistic remains uncertain. What is certain is that the Syrian campaign represented one of the boldest undertakings of his military career. Early in 1799, the army departed Egypt. The march across the Sinai Desert tested every participant. Conditions were brutal. Water remained scarce. Food supplies were limited. Sandstorms reduced visibility. The heat exhausted both men and animals. Marching across desert terrain required immense physical endurance. Unlike the fertile plains of northern Italy, the landscape offered little comfort. Every kilometer demanded effort. Despite these hardships, French discipline remained impressive. Napoleon maintained strict organization. Supply officers carefully managed provisions. Engineers sought reliable water sources whenever possible. The campaign advanced steadily toward the coast. The first major objective was El Arish. After brief resistance, the town fell. Next came Gaza. Again, French forces succeeded. Momentum appeared favorable. Napoleon hoped rapid victories would discourage further resistance. Instead, the campaign soon encountered far greater challenges. The city of Jaffa became the next target. Its defenders resisted stubbornly. French artillery opened fire. After heavy bombardment, the city was stormed. The fighting proved fierce. Once French troops entered, discipline deteriorated. Violence spread through the captured city. The aftermath remains one of the most controversial episodes of Napoleon's career. Large numbers of Ottoman prisoners had been captured. Many had previously been released by French forces on the condition that they would not fight again. Now they had returned to battle. Napoleon faced a difficult decision. His army lacked sufficient supplies and guards to escort thousands of prisoners through hostile territory. Releasing them once more risked allowing them to rejoin the enemy again. Keeping them indefinitely was nearly impossible. Ultimately, Napoleon ordered the execution of many of the prisoners. The decision has remained intensely debated by historians ever since. Supporters argue that the circumstances left few practical alternatives. Critics regard the executions as a grave moral failure. Whatever interpretation one adopts, the episode demonstrates the harsh realities of warfare during this era. Military decisions often involved impossible choices whose consequences continued echoing long afterward. Another crisis soon emerged. Disease. The plague appeared among French troops. Medical knowledge at the end of the 18th century remained limited. Doctors could provide only modest treatment. Fear spread rapidly. Soldiers worried not only about enemy weapons but also about an invisible illness moving silently through the ranks. Napoleon attempted to maintain morale. One famous story describes him visiting plague victims in a military hospital. According to contemporary paintings and later accounts, he deliberately touched infected soldiers to demonstrate confidence and reduce panic. Whether every detail occurred exactly as later artists depicted remains uncertain. What matters is that Napoleon understood the psychological importance of leadership. He believed commanders should project courage even when confronting dangers they could not fully control. The campaign continued. The greatest obstacle now lay ahead, the fortified city of Acre. Located on the Mediterranean coast, Acre possessed strong defenses and strategic importance. Napoleon believed its capture would open the way for further operations. Instead, it became the turning point of the expedition. The siege began in March 1799. French artillery bombarded the walls. Infantry launched repeated assaults. Engineers attempted to breach fortifications. Yet Acre's defenders proved exceptionally determined. British naval forces played an important role by supplying the city and supporting its defense. Among those contributing significantly was the British naval officer Sir Sidney Smith, whose ships disrupted French operations and prevented Napoleon from obtaining heavy siege equipment that might have changed the outcome. Again and again, French troops attacked. Again and again, they were repelled. Weeks passed. Heat increased. Disease spread. Casualties mounted. The confidence that had characterized the Italian campaign began encountering unfamiliar limits. Napoleon remained energetic. He inspected positions daily. He encouraged soldiers. He modified plans repeatedly. Still, the city refused to fall. The failure frustrated him deeply. Throughout his career, Napoleon often relied upon rapid movement and decisive action. A prolonged siege denied him those advantages. Time increasingly favored the defenders. Eventually, Napoleon accepted a painful reality. The siege had failed. Continuing would only weaken his army further. In May 1799, he ordered a retreat. The decision represented one of the first major strategic disappointments of his career. Unlike Italy, where victories had followed one another with remarkable consistency, Syria revealed that even Napoleon possessed limits. Not every objective could be achieved. Not every gamble succeeded. The retreat itself became another severe test. The army marched back toward Egypt carrying wounded soldiers across difficult terrain. Supplies remained limited. Disease persisted. Exhaustion affected everyone. Yet discipline held. The French army returned largely intact. Although the Syrian campaign had failed to achieve its principal objective, it had not destroyed Napoleon's forces. Back in Egypt, another challenge soon appeared. An Ottoman army landed near Aboukir, supported by British naval power. If successful, the invasion threatened everything the French had accomplished. Napoleon reacted immediately. As always, he preferred attacking rather than waiting. French forces advanced rapidly. The Battle of Aboukir took place in July 1799. This time, Napoleon's army fought under conditions far more favorable than those encountered at Acre. The Ottoman troops established defensive positions near the coast. Napoleon carefully studied their deployment. Then he launched a coordinated assault. French infantry advanced steadily. Artillery shattered enemy formations. Cavalry exploited openings. The attack achieved complete success. Many Ottoman soldiers attempted to escape toward the sea. Large numbers were captured or killed. The victory restored French military prestige after the disappointment at Acre. It reminded both friends and enemies that Napoleon remained an extraordinarily capable battlefield commander. Yet while he celebrated success in Egypt, dramatic events unfolded thousands of kilometers away. France was once again in crisis. The Directory struggled to govern effectively. Economic problems persisted. Political divisions deepened. Military setbacks occurred in Europe. The confidence inspired by earlier victories had weakened. Many citizens questioned whether the government could survive. Reports reaching Egypt painted an increasingly troubling picture. Napoleon read them carefully. He recognized an extraordinary opportunity. The Republic needed strong leadership. His reputation remained immense. If he returned to France, he might influence events decisively. Remaining in Egypt offered diminishing prospects. Returning to Europe offered possibilities for greater than military command. The decision was risky. Leaving his army behind invited criticism. If the voyage failed, British naval patrols might capture him. Yet Napoleon increasingly believed that his future no longer lay in Egypt. It lay in France. In August 1799, he made his choice. Accompanied by a small group of trusted officers, he secretly departed Egypt aboard a handful of ships. General Jean-Baptiste Kleber assumed command of the remaining French forces. The departure remained confidential for as long as possible. Napoleon understood that many would question his decision. He believed, however, that France needed him more urgently than Egypt did. The voyage home was filled with uncertainty. British warships patrolled the Mediterranean. At any moment, discovery could have ended everything. Fortune favored Napoleon once again. Avoiding capture, his ships crossed the sea successfully. Weeks later, he landed on French soil. The reception astonished him. Despite setbacks in Egypt, many people regarded him as a national hero. News traveled slowly in this era. The victories remained better known than the failures. To ordinary citizens, Napoleon was still the brilliant conqueror of Italy and the victor of the pyramids. His arrival generated excitement. The timing could scarcely have been more significant. France was weary of instability. The revolution had entered its 10th year. Governments had risen and fallen. Violence had scarred the nation. Economic hardship persisted. Many longed for order. Many longed for effective leadership. Many longed for someone capable of restoring confidence without abandoning the achievements of the revolution. Napoleon sensed the mood immediately. He had left France as its most celebrated general. He returned to find a nation searching for a savior. For years, he had dreamed of greatness. Now, for the first time, supreme political power seemed within reach. The battlefield had made his reputation. The next struggle would not be fought with cannon and cavalry. It would be fought in the halls of government. And before the year ended, Napoleon Bonaparte would change not only his own destiny but the destiny of France itself. Chapter 17. The Coup of 18 Brumaire. Napoleon seizes power 1799. When Napoleon Bonaparte stepped ashore at Fréjus in southern France on October 9, 1799, he returned to a nation very different from the one he had left 18 months earlier. France remained a republic in name, but its institutions had become fragile. The optimism that had accompanied the early victories of the Revolution had faded. Nearly a decade had passed since the storming of the Bastille, and many citizens were exhausted by constant political upheaval, economic uncertainty, military emergencies, and changing governments. The ideals of liberty and equality still inspired many people, yet the practical realities of governing a nation at war had proven far more difficult than revolutionary leaders had imagined. Napoleon immediately sensed the public mood. Crowds gathered to welcome him. Soldiers saluted him with admiration. Ordinary citizens viewed him as a victorious commander who had repeatedly defended France when others had failed. Although the Egyptian expedition had not achieved all its objectives, news of its setbacks had not spread widely throughout France. Instead, newspapers and public opinion focused largely on Napoleon's earlier triumphs in Italy and his spectacular victory at the Battle of the Pyramids. His reputation remained remarkably strong. The contrast between Napoleon's popularity and the weakness of the French government could not have been greater. France was governed by the Directory, a 5-member executive established in 1795 after the collapse of the Reign of Terror. Its creators had hoped the system would prevent both dictatorship and radical political violence. They believed that dividing executive authority among several directors would reduce the likelihood that one individual could dominate the republic. The theory appeared reasonable. The reality proved disappointing. The Directory struggled almost from the beginning. Its leaders frequently disagreed with one another. Corruption became increasingly common. Political rivalries distracted officials from solving the nation's growing problems. Financial instability damaged public confidence. Inflation had reduced the value of currency. Tax collection remained inconsistent. Government debt continued increasing. Military victories often concealed these weaknesses. When French armies succeeded abroad, public dissatisfaction became less visible. When defeats occurred, however, criticism intensified rapidly. By 1799, the military situation had become increasingly dangerous. France faced the Second Coalition, an alliance that included Austria, Britain, Russia, the Ottoman Empire, Naples, and several smaller states. Many of the gains Napoleon had achieved in Italy had been threatened or reversed after his departure for Egypt. French armies suffered significant defeats. Some territories were lost. Confidence in the government's ability to defend the revolution declined sharply. The Directory seemed unable to restore stability. Many influential politicians concluded that the existing system could not survive much longer. Among those reaching this conclusion was Emmanuel Joseph Size. Size had played an important role since the beginning of the revolution. Years earlier, his famous pamphlet, What is the Third Estate?, had helped shape revolutionary thought by arguing that ordinary citizens deserved political representation equal to their importance within society. Now, in 1799, Size served as one of the directors. Ironically, he had become convinced that the very government he helped lead required replacement. Size did not necessarily seek dictatorship. He sought effectiveness. He believed France needed a stronger executive capable of making decisive decisions while preserving many of the revolution's achievements. Yet he faced a difficult problem. He possessed political intelligence but lacked military authority. To change the government successfully, he needed a commander respected by the army. Napoleon appeared to be the ideal candidate. Soon after Napoleon's return, conversations began between Size and several trusted political figures. Although details varied and secrecy remained essential, the central idea became increasingly clear. The Directory would be replaced. A new constitution would be established. A stronger executive government would emerge. Napoleon listened carefully. His ambitions had grown steadily over the previous decade. As a young cadet in Brienne, he had dreamed of military distinction. As commander in Italy, he had begun imagining himself as a statesman. After Egypt, those ambitions expanded even further. He no longer wished merely to influence governments. He wished to lead one. Whether Napoleon initially intended to dominate the proposed new system remains a subject of historical debate. Some historians argue that Size believed he could control the young general. Others believe Napoleon entered the discussions already planning to become the central figure himself. Regardless of their private intentions, the two men needed one another. Size required Napoleon's popularity and military prestige. Napoleon required political legitimacy. Their alliance created the foundation for one of history's most famous coups. Throughout October and early November 1799, preparations continued quietly. Supporters were identified. Reliable military officers received instructions. Political allies coordinated their actions. Publicly, daily government business continued as usual. Privately, plans advanced toward a dramatic conclusion. The conspirators understood that timing would be crucial. If opponents discovered the plot too early, resistance could become overwhelming. If action came too late, opportunities might disappear. Eventually, they selected their moment. According to the French revolutionary calendar then in use, the decisive events would occur on the 18th and 19th days of the month of Brumaire in year 8. These dates correspond to November 9th and November 10, 1799. History would forever remember them simply as the Coup of 18 Brumaire. The first stage relied upon creating the appearance of legality. Supporters persuaded members of the Council of Ancients, one of France's legislative bodies, that a dangerous conspiracy threatened the government in Paris. Whether such a conspiracy truly existed mattered less than the political usefulness of the claim. The council voted to transfer both legislative assemblies from Paris to the nearby Palace of St. Cloud, supposedly for their own protection. At the same time, Napoleon received command of the military forces responsible for safeguarding the assemblies. The arrangement appeared constitutional. In reality, it placed armed troops under Napoleon's direct authority at the very moment political institutions became isolated from the capital. The plan unfolded largely as intended. On the morning of 18 Brumaire, Napoleon assumed command. Troops loyal to him occupied key positions throughout Paris. Government buildings came under military supervision. Several directors quickly resigned. Others found themselves unable to exercise meaningful authority. Only one director, Louis-Jérôme Gouhier, attempted serious resistance, but he lacked sufficient support. Within hours, the Directory effectively ceased functioning. Yet the most difficult stage still remained. Eliminating the executive branch proved easier than convincing elected representatives to approve a new political system. The following day, legislators gathered at St. Cloud. Many members had grown suspicious. Rumors circulated constantly. Some feared that military dictatorship threatened the republic. Others questioned Napoleon's intentions. The atmosphere became tense. Napoleon entered the Council of Ancients first. There he spoke relatively calmly, arguing that France faced grave dangers requiring decisive action. He insisted that the revolution needed protection and that existing institutions had become incapable of governing effectively. His speech received cautious attention. The situation changed dramatically when he entered the Council of 500. This chamber contained younger and often more passionate representatives. Many regarded Napoleon with deep suspicion. The moment he appeared, shouting erupted. Several deputies accused him of violating the Constitution. Others denounced him as an aspiring tyrant. Voices echoed throughout the hall. Some members demanded his arrest. The scene quickly descended into confusion. Napoleon, whose confidence rarely deserted him on the battlefield, suddenly confronted a challenge unlike any military engagement. He was facing politicians rather than soldiers. Arguments rather than artillery, passion rather than tactical formations. His prepared remarks failed to calm the assembly. Witnesses later described the moment differently, but most agreed that Napoleon struggled to maintain control. At one point, members surged toward him. Accounts suggest that several deputies physically surrounded him while shouting accusations. His supporters hurried him from the chamber before the confrontation could become even more dangerous. For a brief period, the entire coup appeared at risk of collapsing. Had events ended there, Napoleon's political career might have concluded before it truly began. Instead, another member of the Bonaparte family intervened. Napoleon's younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte, served as president of the Council of 500. Unlike his brother, Lucien remained inside the assembly during the chaos. Recognizing that parliamentary debate would no longer resolve the crisis, he acted decisively. Leaving the chamber, Lucien addressed the soldiers waiting outside. He declared that violent extremists within the council had threatened Napoleon's life and attempted to destroy the Republic. Whether this description fully reflected what had occurred mattered less than its immediate effect. The soldiers trusted Napoleon. They trusted Lucien. They accepted the explanation. Lucien then made one of the most dramatic symbolic gestures of the coup. According to later accounts, he drew his sword and declared that he would strike his own brother if Napoleon ever betrayed the principles of liberty. The statement emphasized that military action would defend the Republic rather than personal ambition. It was a powerful piece of political theater. General Joachim Murat, one of Napoleon's most loyal officers, soon received orders to clear the assembly. Soldiers entered the chamber. The remaining deputies scattered. Some fled through doors. Others escaped through windows into the palace gardens. The legislative session ended abruptly. Resistance collapsed. The coup had succeeded. Remarkably, relatively little blood was shed. And like many revolutions or military takeovers, 18 Brumaire involved surprisingly limited violence. Its success depended less upon large-scale fighting than upon careful planning, military presence, psychological pressure, and political confusion. The following days focused on creating a new government. The Directory officially disappeared. In its place emerged the consulate. According to the new constitutional framework, executive authority would belong to 3 consuls. Officially, the arrangement suggested shared leadership. In practice, authority rested overwhelmingly with the First Consul. That position belonged to Napoleon Bonaparte. The other 2 consuls, Emmanuel Joseph Size and Roger Ducos, initially joined the provisional government, although the system soon evolved further. Napoleon's influence expanded rapidly, while those who had expected to guide or restrain him gradually discovered that they had underestimated his political abilities. The Constitution of '08 followed shortly afterward. On paper, it preserved many republican institutions. France remained officially a republic. Elections continued in modified forms. Legislative bodies still existed. Yet real executive power became concentrated in the hands of the First Consul. Napoleon appointed ministers. He directed foreign policy. He supervised the military. He influenced legislation. Although he did not yet call himself emperor or king, he now possessed authority exceeding that of any previous revolutionary leader. The transformation astonished Europe. Only 10 years earlier, Napoleon had been an impoverished artillery lieutenant from Corsica. Now, at the age of 30, he governed one of Europe's most powerful nations. His rise had been extraordinarily rapid. It had also been shaped by a remarkable combination of talent, opportunity, ambition, and historical circumstance. Without the revolution, such advancement would have been almost unimaginable. Without Napoleon's own abilities, however, the opportunities created by the revolution might have passed unused. The coup of 18 Brumaire remains one of history's most significant political turning points. To supporters, it rescued France from ineffective government and restored stability after years of turmoil. To critics, it marked the beginning of the end of the French Revolution's democratic aspirations, replacing republican government with increasingly centralized personal rule. Both perspectives contain elements of truth. Napoleon did preserve many revolutionary reforms. He also concentrated power to an extent few republicans had anticipated. For ordinary French citizens, the immediate effects appeared encouraging. Political violence diminished. Government seemed more competent. Military leadership became more unified. Many people cared less about constitutional theory than about peace, order, and economic recovery. Napoleon understood this reality better than most politicians. He believed legitimacy came not only from elections or legal documents but from results. If he could restore prosperity, defend France, and provide stability, many citizens would support him regardless of how he had obtained power. The years ahead would test that belief. As First Consul, Napoleon now possessed the authority to reshape France according to his vision. He intended to reform the legal system, rebuild the economy, reconcile religious divisions, strengthen education, modernize government, and once again defeat France's enemies on the battlefield. His greatest military victories still lay ahead. So did his greatest political achievements. The young officer from Corsica had completed the first stage of his extraordinary journey. He had conquered armies. Now, he had conquered the state. The next chapter would reveal whether he could govern France as brilliantly as he had commanded its soldiers.